Oh, Wandering Mason, what's up?
Yeah, but everything was fine with a 3080 Ti, and then I went to this, and I've also had issues where I'm doing nothing.
Oh wait, you swapped GPUs?
I did swap GPUs.
Oh, I definitely reformat my whole everything. Did you uninstall the drivers manually, or did you just like install new ones?
I've done that already, but I did have an issue where I was just using the PC and all the screens turned off, and then they came back and I checked, and it says like a power issue.
GPU, no?
Yeah,
oh boy, here he comes.
Hello.
How's it going?
So, could I send you some information that validates what I said to you before?
Yo, it's Vegan Gains. All
Yeah,
right.
The one and only. What on which claim?
The missile systems in Venezuela. So this is from the National Post. They show images of probable ballistic missile sites within Venezuela.
Why do you hate Venezuelans so much?
Dispersion.
Well, I think some of the things you were covering on Venezuela were just a little silly, and you just don't know enough about the topic.
Well, I know fucking nothing about the topic, so that should be
I'm talking to
an easy
Destiny.
thing. Oh, well, he's also retarded.
So
And
again,
knows nothing about Venezuela.
I'm no fan
I
of
just didn't
Trump.
see any.
He is a fucking idiot, but the attack on Venezuela was perfectly sensible. Here's the thing. The left wing, particularly like further left kind of progressives, they're being infiltrated by the Chinese Communist Party. And the right wing are being infiltrated by Russia. And the reason you're seeing all this stupid fucking nonsense where you're seeing the left wing criticizing, the Trump invasion of Venezuela, that is entirely just communist propaganda. That's all it is. There's nothing unsensible with the Venezuela invasion.
All right, we have satellite images create speculation about Venezuela's military capability against the U.S. Private sleuths have suggested military developments in Venezuela may be the real reason for American actions. Yeah, I don't think this is true.
Okay, well,
Like, I feel
other
like
intelligence experts like Ryan Macbeth, who you've interviewed and consulted with, he's actually talked about these ballistic missile systems in Venezuela. It's not...
Well, here's like the super simple question is why wouldn't Trump just say this?
Well, there's a variety of reasons. One, he's fucking stupid. I don't know why you'd expect him to say anything. The guy also talked about how he wants to fuck his daughter. So he...
Okay, I can't. There's no conversation to be had if I can't take anything he says seriously, because then you can just link me. This is like a random website that has anonymous sources with random military experts, and you're telling me I can't trust.
National Post.
I can't trust you. Yes, the National Post is a random website. I can't trust anything that
and
comes
Ryan
apparently
Macbeth
from
is
America.
also a fucking idiot, apparently, even though he's somebody.
Link me a video where Ryan Macbeth says that they have ballistic missile systems.
Yeah, so it's one of his latest videos where he talks about the Venezuelan invasion. It's like one of his last few uploads.
So and what timestamp can I go to where he says they have ballistic missile systems?
Oh, Jesus. All right, just give me one fucking minute.
Oh, hold on. Somebody like the thing. I'm listening real quick. Hold on. Okay, his thing is he's not confirming that there are Chinese missile systems in Venezuela. He's just saying that if they got to Venezuela, it sounds like it would be a problem.
Okay. Well, again, there is evidence that there are ballistic missile systems in Venezuela. We know for a fact China and Russia have sent missile systems that are surface-to-air missiles. The Chinese also provided long-range radar systems. So it's not out of the realm of possibility, given that there's literal photographic evidence. There's intelligence analysts that have speculated this.
You keep saying all these things that you have no proof for, and you just keep saying them over and over again, but you have no proof for any of them.
Okay, well, again, there's photographic evidence. There's other intelligence experts that speculate this is a very realistic possibility. And China and Russia have sent over other missile systems. We know for a fact they've sent over surface-to-air missiles, and they've given them long-range radar. So I don't see what the problem is with invading Venezuela and overthrowing a hostile regime that's working with Russia and China and also helping to train Islamic terrorists.
Okay.
So, again, I just don't, like, what's the argument for the Venezuela invasion being unsensible?
You can't just invade sovereign states without having a good cause for war. And them working with enemies is not a cause to invade the country and depose the leader.
Tell me when the war happened?
When we invaded the country, captured their
leader. So we're at war
leader.
With Venezuela currently?
I mean, we were, basically. Yeah, it's a military action.
Okay, so are we also at war with Iran?
When we were bombing them, yeah, sure. You can argue it's a war right now.
Okay, so we're at war with Iran because we also bombed Iran and also helped Israel bomb Iran?
What would you have described it when we? What would you call it when we were bombing Iran?
Does any military action whatsoever constitute a war?
I mean, it depends, but generally speaking, yeah, when you're shooting missiles into another person's territory with the plan to damage or destroy part of their infrastructure.
Okay, so we're at war with China then, because they've tried to damage and destroy our infrastructure.
You're playing games with the cyber warfare. We don't really consider cyber warfare right now
okay.
Actual
well, no,
battle.
we do.
Yeah.
That's totally false.
No, we don't.
Absolutely
we
do.
Don't.
So when they
what's the last time we bombed somebody for
malware,
cyber? What was the last time that we bombed somebody for malware installation?
I'm not sure. Maybe we have.
We don't. No. The answer is we don't. We don't do that. That's not.
I'm not entirely sure. I'm not entirely sure. But when China tries to install hostile malware systems that would destroy the energy infrastructure, that's a pretty goddamn hostile action. And I'd also say it's a pretty hostile action to move weapon systems into Venezuela that could potentially reach the United States. I'd also say it's a hostile action to train Islamic terrorists within Venezuela, who very likely have migrated to the southern border, along with a lot of other migrants. Again, you're basically saying we should not have committed to any military action whatsoever against a hostile nation that's working with other hostile nations, China and Russia. We should do nothing to stop the expanse.
Not currently hostile towards us.
They're not. Oh, China and Russia are friends? They're not hostile? So the Russian infiltration.
They're either friendly towards us or they're hostile towards us. There's not like weird middle ground.
Right. So the Russian infiltration into the American political system and them infiltrating the Republican Party, that's not hostile. China installing, China doing the cyber attacks, that's not hostile.
I don't know. Maybe they are.
So you're fine with the spread, right? So you're fine with the spread of communism and fascism.
I'm not. I'm actually more fine with us deposing foreign leaders just because we don't like who they work with. We should invade every country in South America.
Well, we're not at war with Venezuela, so I don't know what you're talking about.
We got rid of their leader. We would be at war with any of them if we deposed any of their leaders. Cue it up, Mutin. Let's go.
So we're not in any way at war with Venezuela. We overthrew Maduro, who was a piece of shit. Even Venezuelans are happy about this.
The U.S. should go into Mexico?
Shut up, Mutin.
We're not talking about Mexico. So
it's Dark Raiders time. Yeah, it's not Breaking Bad, Mutin.
Okay.
Fucking idiot.
So again,
talk about Mexico.
What? Like I'm just not understanding your position. So we have a hostile regime.
I am a sacred leftist. I love socialism. That's why.
Right, so we have
We're
a
not- we're never
hostile
gonna see
regime
eye-to-eye
that's
on this
working with
topic. I don't know
China and
the point of arguing
Russia.
this. We're not gonna
They're
see eye to eye
getting
on this. We
weapons that could
fundamentally
attack the
disagree.
United States.
Okay, we
In
fundamentally
a
disagree on
possible
this topic.
future war with China,
We
they could take
fundamentally
control over the Panama
disagree
Canal.
on this topic. So we're not
They're
gonna come to an
training
agreement about it.
Islamic terrorists. They're also
Based.
dealing
I'm gonna
drugs.
pray 5 times a day.
They've stolen
We're leaving?
billions of dollars in U.S.
We're leaving.
investment in their oil industry.
Because we came in
What is
late.
but it's wrong to overthrow Maduro. What is the argument for it being wrong to overthrow Maduro?
Honestly, I'm starting to come around to fucking vegan gains here, Destiny. You're not really even
Good.
trying or engaging with what he's having to say.
Well,
Shredder.
because he
Yep,
has
I'm
no
getting shut up.
argument.
I just got shredded.
Well, and by the way, I saw the video you uploaded of our little debate last time.
I didn't upload it. That's my YouTuber guy. Okay.
I know for a fact you used the Instagram photo that I have on my Instagram and that fucker whoever edited the video, he didn't show the full photo. He only showed my face. And we all know the reason he didn't do that is because if people saw what I looked like with my godlike fucking physique, nobody would fucking take you seriously.
That if nobody's wait, what happened? My editor did what?
He only
when
showed my
you-
face, but he used an Instagram photo of mine where I showed off my whole physique. But he only showed the part of my face.
I want to get the fuck out of here.
I know for a
that sounds like a
fact.
dick move.
I'm suspicious of you. I think you told him not to show my physique because you know nobody would take you seriously if they see my godlike, jacked, chiseled physique
We're gonna die,
mogging
Moot. I'm
your
gonna die.
ass.
I'm leaving. I'm leaving. Moot, you're
So, yeah, I think the point is made. The Venezuelan invasion, completely sensible. It's a win-win-win for the United States and
that the
the
last one, Moot?
world.
Yep.
It's helping stop the
one
spread
up.
of communism and fascism. It's stopping the spread of Islamic jihad and terrorism. It's helping to, at least to some extent, stop the flow of illegal narcotics and drugs and harm the cartels. It shows U.S. military power. They've proven that the Chinese radar
you
defense
close it right next to you?
systems are absolutely useless against the United States, which should
You realize
scare
you're
the
just
fuck
donut
out of
walling. He's
China.
not listening to you at all. We're playing a fucking
yeah, we got it. We got it. We got it. We got it. I
Yeah,
got it.
well,
Okay,
I'm
push
sure.
it.
I understand
I'm
your
sure
point.
somebody's listening.
Okay, we got your point. We understand. We
Yeah,
disagree on
it
fundamentally
it
some
gives us
foreign
better
policy.
security for the Panama Canal. And it overthrowed a horrible, violent fucking dictator who is literally murdering his own fucking citizens and making them all broke and poor.
Not good.
Cool.
So yeah,
You see how he's not like engaging? It's because he actually doesn't have an answer to you. So
Yeah.
he's doing this. Oh, I can't actually
Wait,
engage.
wait.
I'm too busy
yeah.
playing a game. I can't possibly do it.
Oh, yeah, totally.
Yeah,
Moot, we got to get the fuck out of here, Moot.
it's pathetic, isn't it?
Can we?
Do you not want to kill these shredders?
No, I want to leave. We got the map. We started it late, so I think we should just restart the whole map. I just want to leave, and we fucking this shit start off like clusterfuck.
Don't leave Vegan Gains. He's if you stay,
And we need to get this. We're gonna die, and then Vegan's gonna be here screaming. I'm gonna lose my shit. Okay. Okay.
Listen. He can't. He's thinking about how he can debate you. That's why he needs time. Be considerate, okay?
I think he's got nothing. Like this is
Yeah. Well, he needs a second. You should be
he
considerate.
doesn't need
okay?
a second.
You're
He- like,
intimidating.
he's just got
oh, so
nothing.
he just. Yeah. Well, he's coming up with something.
He's not coming up with anything. What is he gonna say?
I don't know. Steve is a
Hold
really
on,
good
we're about
debater.
to leave this lobby, and then he's going to debate you.
No, I'm
No,
not. I'm
he
just
yes,
gonna.
you
thinks
are.
he's a
We
good
need to
debater
give
because he
Max
debates
time.
retarded MAGA fuckers.
Look. He's trying to fucking back out. Even Lucas, he has to take a break. Lucas has to take a break. Just stay here. Don't go anywhere, Vegan. All right, stand by.
You're lucky I went back in there to save you, Moot.
Thank you.
I'll lose it.
Steve, if I was you, I'd be seriously thinking about how you're going to counter this narrative because I don't know. Talk less in game, think more in your
Dan,
head.
how about you fix your fucking GPU, okay?
I
Figure
can't-
out that.
There's nothing to fix.
Oh,
It's-
guy, north.
Yeah. Good luck, Moot.
We can also talk about the Greenland situation. I
Oh,
think
perfect.
yeah, I think a lot of people kind of misunderstand the Greenland thing. So Trump is too stupid to
good
find
luck.
Greenland on a map. He doesn't know what the hell it
That's
is.
true.
The reason he's gone on this whole route about Greenland is because he has
Okay, hold on. Stop. Listen. Okay. Number one, you have no credible evidence that there are any missile systems in Venezuela. Can you admit that?
no.
Okay, there are
There
no ballistic
absolutely
missile
is.
systems, really, based on just this National Post article.
No, so I didn't say they're
Stop.
absolute.
Hold on. No. Wait. Don't just spam a bunch of random fucking words. What is your single strongest point of evidence right now that Venezuela has ballistic missile systems, so missile systems that are capable of launching an intercontinental ballistic missile, which is what you would need to get from Venezuela to the United States of America to southern
No,
Florida.
it wouldn't
Is there
need to be
any evidence whatsoever that they?
intercontinental.
Yes, it's literally a continent away. It's in the definition. Yes, you need
okay,
long-range missile
so-
systems to do that. So tell me,
Right,
what is your
so
evidence that they have a missile?
You
They have
don't
missile
need
systems that can reach the United States of America.
No, you don't need intercontinental.
Okay, then give me the missile. Give me the missile. What is it?
Okay, you understand that when you go from one continent to another, that could literally be
I'm
a
waiting.
footstep.
You're stalling because you don't have the answer. You're getting mogged right now. You don't have
This
the
is
answer.
like saying firing
You don't have
a
the
missile
answer.
from
You don't have the
Canada
answer.
into
You
the
don't have
U.S.
the answer.
would
If you
require
don't have
a
the answer, that's
long-range
fine.
missile
If you don't
system.
have the answer, that's fine.
If you're right at the
If you don't have-
border,
there's no evidence.
if you're right at the border, all you have to do is take a step. So what you're saying is nonsense.
Take a
It
step
doesn't need to
into
be an
what? The ocean?
intercontinental.
What are you talking about? A step where?
It doesn't need to be an intercontinental ballistic
A
missile.
step where?
What-
Venezuela does not border the United States of America. What are you
Yes,
talking
I
about?
understand that.
Okay, so there is no step to take. What long-range ballistic missile systems does Venezuela possess that can shoot missiles into the United States of America?
Oh, I'm not sure exactly what type of
None. So they have
ballistic
none.
missile.
They have none. We
Can
can
you
see the
name
shipments
one
that they
ballistic
sent to
missile
Venezuela.
system? Wait.
What?
I'm not a fucking like weapons expert. So can you name me one single ballistic missile system?
Sure, the Kinzhal rocket systems that Russia uses to shoot shit. I don't know. What do you mean? What?
Kinzhal rocket?
Yes, it's the one that they claim are hypersonic missiles, but they're not actually. But they're hypersonic because that's the speed that they reach when
That's
they're
an
actually shooting shit, but they
intercontinental
actually
ballistic
can't.
missile?
Yes.
How do you spell that?
Okay,
Spell
you don't know what you're
HBC?
talking about? Once you've learned a little bit about literally anything, then you can come back and do
No,
whatever.
no,
Okay,
he's
but right
got-
now you don't have any evidence of anything that you're talking
so-
about. You don't have any
Hold on,
evidence
hold
of
on.
anything you're
This-
talking about. What is the it's KINZHAL, okay? Is the Kinzhal missile system or whatever,
So
okay?
first of all, what I'm reading here is
That's not intercontinental, is my understanding.
yeah. So what I'm reading here is it's a nuclear capable missile. As far as I understand, it's not intercontinental. it has
ICBMs
an
generally are nuclear capable missiles. A nuclear capable missile is just a missile that's capable of having a nuclear warhead applied to it. Not
Right.
all nuclear capable missiles
So-
need to have a nuclear payload.
Right.
Stop.
So it has an
Stop.
estimated range
Stop.
of 480
You're
kilometers. So that's intercontinental.
Okay, then it
to
wouldn't
you?
be that one. Then it would be a different missile system.
Okay,
Do-
so
I
then you
asked
don't
for your
know what the
strongest piece of
Kinzhal missile
evidence.
system
I don't know the
is.
names of every missile system. I'm not the one making the claim
Right.
that they
So
have
it's
the
a little
missile
silly to
system right
ask
now
me. So
in
it's a little
Venezuela.
silly.
I'm just asking for your strongest piece of evidence that
it's
they
a
have a
little
missile
silly.
system. You don't have it?
Right.
You
So
got
you're
10 seconds
railroading
before
me.
you're kicked.
So are you
10,
going to allow me?
No,
so are you
nine,
gonna
hold
allow me
on.
to
We don't do
talk?
it like
Eight,
this.
7.
Yeah. No.
Come on,
Okay.
Steve.
So he's a
6.
little scared.
You have no evidence that they have a missile
So
system
you
that can
won't
shoot
even let
something
me
to the United
talk.
States.
You're just
No,
railroading me.
because you're
You
derailing
won't
right now on an
even let me
irrelevant point.
talk. You're just railroading
derailing.
me. You're
you
the
have
one who's
evidence?
trying to derail me.
I'm asking you.
So,
Do they have-
Destiny, it's a little silly to ask me to name the exact missile system they
I'm
fucking
not asking
have.
you to name the exact
When-
missile system. I'm asking you for an
Yes,
article
you
that shows that
did.
they have these missile systems.
Yes,
that they
you
have a
did.
system that can reach. Hold on.
So,
I'm
Destiny,
asking you. You're
there's
server muted. No one can hear you talk. You're talking to yourself right now, okay? It's a simple question. What is your strongest piece of evidence that Venezuela currently possesses a missile system that can shoot missiles into the United States of America? That's it. That's a simple, easy one. I'm not asking for the name of it or the brand or the type. I'm just asking for the strongest piece of evidence you have that they currently possess that weapon system, okay? Go ahead.
Yeah, so the satellite images that I linked to you in the National Post article. So again, it is
Do
completely
you know
congruent
anything
with
about? Hold on. Wait.
So again,
Do you know-
according to
You don't
intelligence
have any-
experts,
Okay, I'm going to server mute you. Okay. Do you have
This guy-
anything
this is
beyond
pathetic.
this National Post article? Okay. So like what AP or Reuters, these are credible reporting outlets that report on stuff like this. Is there any mainstream media outlet? Is there anybody in U.S. intelligence? Anything beyond some grainy pictures of what look like giant metallic dicks and some anonymous, unnamed people that are saying, well, maybe this could be a missile system. Do you have any evidence that shows any of that? Or are you relying 100% just solely on this article and this picture? That's my question. Go ahead.
So no, you can take a look
Okay,
at.
then this topic is not, this article on its own is not convincing to me. So what is your next piece of evidence? This article right here would not, in my mind, justify an
Okay,
invasion
okay.
of Venezuela or for me to support an invasion of Venezuela. So tell me the next
Okay,
piece
you're
of evidence you have, the
strawmanning
next
me,
strongest
right?
piece.
You're strawmanning me.
is.
So I never said that image alone justifies
Okay,
an
that's
invasion
fine,
of
and I agree with you.
Venezuela.
So that's why I'm asking for your next piece of evidence.
What are you asking me to argue for? So
I'm asking you for evidence that would support the idea that Venezuela is so much a threat to the United States that deposing their leader using military force is an acceptable course of action. And the
So
first
much
thing you
of a
presented was
threat.
that they might have
So you
missile
understand-
systems that can reach the United States of America. This
So
one grain
you
picture and this
understand-
National Post article is not convincing. So what is the
right.
next piece of evidence?
So you're straw manning me. You're asking me to hold a position that I don't actually hold. So
I'm asking you, what is the
you've-
next piece of evidence you
No,
have
no,
that
no, no,
Venezuela
no,
is
no, no,
engaged
no.
in
We're
some-
not playing that game. We're not playing that game. So you're trying to straw man me. My
Okay.
so he muted me
When
again.
you have that,
He
when you
muted
have
me
other
again.
piece of evidence, okay, then you can bring them to me, okay? But this is not, we're not doing the random, I don't know what this is right now, okay? I don't care. We can have different opinions on this as well, but we have a fundamental disagreement on what the ruling structure of
coward.
the world should look like. And random news articles and random hatred of Islamic terrorists, in my mind, is not justification to invade other countries and depose their leaders, okay? That's crazy. That's insane. Okay, that's too many video games and not enough politics. That's a crazy position to take. So if you have stronger evidence in the
man.
future of some stuff that makes Venezuela a clear and present danger to the United States, such that the only way that we can alleviate ourselves of such danger is to go to the country
This
and
is- he's
depose
acting
their
like a
leader,
12-year-old.
then I'd be interested in that. These pictures are not that. That's my position.
Okay, so I have one question for you. If Donald Trump was successful on January 6th of overthrowing the Capitol and forcibly taking power, would you be against, say, a nation like France or the UK or Germany flying over to the United States, conducting a special operation, and kidnapping Trump, deposing him, arresting him, holding him accountable in court?
Yes, I would be opposed to that. Yes.
You would. So
Of course.
you're fine with the spread of dictators and fascism.
Yep.
You-
Yeah, that's what I
you
said. I think that's
want-
exactly what I
right.
said. Yes. Yep.
So you
Yes.
don't want
That's
to
exactly
you
what I
don't
said.
want
Yes.
to protect democracy. You want to allow
Nope.
violent
Yep.
dictators who are
Yes.
supported by the cartel to be
Yes.
able to lead
Yes.
a
The
fascist
more violent, the
regime.
more I support them, actually. Yes.
So
Correct.
right. So
Yes.
yeah. So this is 12-year-old behavior.
Yep.
Well, he
I
doesn't
agree.
have an answer, so he's dodging.
Yeah,
You're
he's just
bogging him
dodging.
right now.
Okay.
So we
You see
know
how
you're
he's
full
getting
of shit.
frustrated?
We know you're full of shit. Just like how you said,
We do.
oh, animals are robots. Then we see you fucking petting cats. Like, go fuck yourself.
Yep.
That is
True.
true. He really likes cats also, by the way. He acts
Yeah,
like
I
he
know.
would run one over without giving a shit. And he's
Yeah,
like,
he's full of
oh,
shit.
honey, I love you, sweetie. I'll do anything
True.
for you.
Yes. True.
Oh yeah, and by the way, apparently Maduro said, "Come and get me," so he gave consent.
Nice space. True.
I think he just got dunked on.
Yes, I think so. Actually, yes.
All right, well,
I
take
agree.
care once you're ready for
100%.
an adult conversation. Like, what's hilarious
Okay.
is this guy said he'll debate anybody. Oh, it's just that nobody's willing to debate or they're scared or they'll run away. And then as soon as I come around, railroading, muting me, straw manning me, and then when I force him into a corner where I prove that his like positions are unsensible, oh, it all turns into a joke now. Oh yeah, I support fascism. Oh yeah, the more violent the better. Like, you're not a serious person, so you're turning into a son. You're just
Okay.
you're just what do you call it? Partisan shill.
True. I agree.
Yeah.
Do you think when he was playing Arc Raiders was the best time to have a conversation with him?
Well, this happens no matter what he's doing.
That
As
is true.
he could I don't know, be on his ADHD meds,
Just curious.
doing
Do you
nothing,
think that? Do you think the United States is?
focused,
Do you think the
zoned
United
in.
States is justified in invading Greenland too?
Well, we can talk about that. I wouldn't say they're justified in invading Greenland necessarily. It kind of depends on a number of factors. Like if
Like what?
well, let's say there was some kind of serious war between United States, China, I guess Japan, Australia, South Korea would end up getting involved because of the defense pact.
Argentina.
I don't know about Argentina, but
They're part of the
Right now,
South
the
Amer-
United States is talking about invading and stealing Greenland. Do you think the United States is justified right now in that? Not in some future hypothetical whatever is going on.
Oh,
right
no,
now,
not
Donald
right
Trump
now.
has made it clear.
Well,
Okay.
not right now, and it would be a stupid move. And the way, again, Trump is too stupid to find Greenland on a map. He doesn't know what the fuck that is. What's going on there is some of his security advisors talked about how global warming is going to open up new shipping routes around Greenland, and that is going to be a strategic advantage for China and Russia. So Greenland is going to be a very important defense hub for the European Union.
Good thing Denmark's
the
our
United
ally,
States.
right? Good thing we have allies then.
Yes,
and that's why.
and
Yeah,
unfortunately,
right? Yeah.
unfortunately, Trump is a fucking idiot, and I'm sure he's had a lot of meetings with foreign leaders who don't take him seriously, think he's an idiot, have maybe been a bit rude and disrespectful for him, and we know he is a vicious, vindictive asshole. If you ever offend him, even years later, he won't forget it, and when you die, he'll make fun of you, just like Rob Reiner.
Okay.
What's probably going on here is his defense advisors have told him about Greenland, its strategic importance, and because he's pissed off at some European leaders, he thought it would be funny to get their panties in a twist, saying, "I'm gonna invade Greenland. There's nothing you can do about it. I'm gonna give you tariffs." And he's just laughing, seeing their reaction, just because he's a vindictive idiot. And again, he's selfish, doesn't really think ahead that much, doesn't really care that much about the country, and he's not thinking about how this all this conflict could be avoided and we could just have a sensible defense pact with the European Union, with Denmark, with Greenland. So that's what's going on there. I think what's getting lost is people don't understand the strategic importance of Greenland. Trump does make a point that, yes, the U.S. should have more military presence in Greenland.
No, we don't need more there. We're allied to them. If we want more military presence, all we have to do is move it there. So,
no, it's not just a simple matter of moving there. You need permission.
Yes, it is a simple matter of doing it. They're
Okay.
allied. No, we don't. We have a base there. We're the head of NATO. They're part of NATO. We don't need permission.
You need permission to involve.
No, we don't.
Yes, you
No,
do.
we don't.
Yes,
You're
you
wrong.
do.
You're wrong. You
Yes,
just don't know what
you
you're talking
do.
about. But that's okay.
You're
No, we
telling
don't.
me. You're
Nope.
telling me in any NATO-aligned country we can install an infinite number of military bases there without any
As the
approval?
United fucking States of America, yes, we already have a base there. We can
You're-
move whatever the fuck we want there. I
you're-
seriously doubt any
you're
NATO country's
telling
going to say,
me-
no,
you're
United States, you
telling
can't
me-
make that more secure.
So that your
You're
stance
telling me
is.
NATO countries would say, no, you're not
Yeah,
allowed to.
so
No,
your
United States, you can't put
stance is-
more stuff there.
So
no,
your
United
stance
States,
is-
no, you can't do that. Moody, you kitted up for a run? We're not doing
Yeah,
it until
so-
you
so
I just
you're-
want to make sure
But
kidded.
yeah.
So
Yeah,
your
okay.
stance is the United
Yes, that is
States
my stance,
can
yes.
literally
We can do
install
whatever,
an infinite
yes.
amount of military bases,
350
move
million
an
people
infinite
can be
amount of
moved there.
military
Every
equipment.
single U.S. citizen, yes, all of them. 100%. And every firearm
Yeah,
and
so
every
you're full of
submarine
shit.
and every airplane.
Yeah, so it doesn't work that way.
It doesn't.
It does.
So it
How
doesn't
do you-
work that way.
how?
And again, Trump could have gone about this the nice way, had a sensible
Okay. No,
conversation.
I don't care. That's great. We understand. Okay. Thank you. We got your point.
Okay, how
Salute-
about
I'm
Mom
saluting him.
Donnie?
I love him. He's great. I want to go to New York City to pray 5 times a day. Salute.
Yeah, so you love the Islamic Jihad,
He does,
Jew hatred.
actually.
Yeah.
I fucking hate Jews.
You also love
Why?
how
What did
yeah,
we do?
this guy is also hiring on some of the most insane, unhinged, communist wackos. Like, they're racist to white people too, openly.
Christ.
His
I'm
what
Cuban,
was
so it
it?
doesn't
His
affect me.
housing minister said that something
I know
along
they
the
want to tax the white people more. I think they said they were going to do a racial breakdown. Whew, it's going to be brutal.
well, they said fundamentally, home ownership or property ownership is part of white
The white
hatred
power
or something.
structure. Yes.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So Mom Donnie is going to absolutely destroy the Democratic Party.
Thanks. I'm here for it. Okay.
Okay, great.
We
Well, I
have to do
guess
this.
we
We're on a
can
time limit.
expect a third term for Trump.
Absolutely. Okay. Be careful.
Okay. Take care, dude.
Take care.
Dude, what a joke. I'm not going to smash my keyboard again. That was just too stupid. I'd call that getting dunked on.
Why the fuck do people like Destiny defend fascist China or Venezuela so much?
It's very hard for certain people to admit when Trump does a good. It's called Trump derangement syndrome, I believe. Apparently, it's a real thing. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. What a joke, dude. Holy fuck. All right, Andrew Huberman training with Dorian Yates. JP donated $2. This is true. Looking at this guy, I'm gonna say probably not. I don't even know what the fuck he's about to talk about, though.
Is to know that she can break your heart. She loves seeing you in pain. She loves seeing you heartbroken. She loves knowing that at one point you were a giant. It's like you were unstoppable.
Okay, retard alert, retard alert. I'm partial to your position, but why didn't you approach it by Destiny standard? We did exhaust every possible... Sorry. I think you mean we didn't exhaust every possible avenue, extreme economic sanctions, diplomacy, negotiated exits, we got zip. So, you're a fucking retard and you have the brain of a fucking toddler. Maduro is a fascist dictator. Let's go through these one by one. Extreme economic sanctions. Why the fuck would Maduro care? Most of the money he's earning is either coming from drug cartels or his oil deals with China and Russia. So, yeah, sure, put extreme economic sanctions on Venezuela. All you're going to do is starve normal, everyday working stiffs, make the country more fucking poor, and Maduro's going to be sitting fat and rich with his other narco buddies. Diplomacy. Right, you're going to have diplomacy with a fascist dictator who overthrew the election and is working for drug cartels and also working with communist China, Russia, and Islamic terrorists. Negotiated exits. They did try. So this guy has had an arrest warrant out for the last 6 years. The United States warned him about this shit. What do you mean negotiated exit? Like, are you fucking retarded? Like, it's... You people are so fucking stupid and brain broken, you think you can reason with, like, fascist dictators and criminals and terrorists? How did that work out with fucking Hitler? What was, the fucking dipshit's name? Oh, God. Who is the faggot who tried to make a peace deal with Hitler? It's like, diplomacy only works with sensible fucking law-abiding people. It doesn't work with people like Hitler, or Stalin, or Mao, or Xi Jinping, or Maduro, or any other fucking scumbags that... Like, oh my God, you're a fucking kindergartner, dude.
Well, you're a powerful force. She loves, deep down, knowing that you would slowly chip away to being a mouse, to being broken, to being weak. She loves seeing that.
Oh, I'm agreeing with you, retard. We did exhaust these options. Me and what I wrote, none of what works, so invaded. That's what you should argue with Destiny. I did. He mentioned that stupid shit the last debate, and I brought this up, but yeah, no, Chamberlain. Churchill was the one who actually went to war with Hitler. Chamberlain's the faggot. All right, my bad. I misunderstood your thing.
That you became emasculated. She loves knowing that she was so feminine, so beautiful, so seductive that you broke who you were, fundamentally changed, and you are not the man that you once were. She fundamentally loves knowing that she has that power over you. This, my friend, is why you must do one thing. It is time you learn, understand, and master the language of women. Her greatest...
There are a lot of pathological women who will do this to you, and the secret to not letting that happen is to not listen to women and don't take them seriously. They can cry and whine and throw a hissy fit and complain all they want, but just don't listen to them. Simple as that. Why would you ever listen to a woman? You're the man in the relationship, so what the fuck does anything she has to say matter? It's that simple. So yeah, he's right about that, where there's a lot of pathological women that will try to control and manipulate you.
Today we're training at Gold's Gym, Venice, California with 6-time consecutive Mr. Olympia winner, the Dorian Yates. And today is back day.
We're going to hit the whole back. We're going to start with the emphasis on the lats, let's say. So it's to bring the upper arm down and back, actually. That's the movement of the lats. So it could be here, we're going down and back, or on the pullover, down and back. Or it could be here, it's still going down and back, or it could be here. Relative to the torso, it's still going down and back, yeah? Right?
Are you consciously trying to keep the biceps slack or while you're doing it? No. You'll engage the biceps.
The first exercise we're going to do is a pullover, and the reason we're doing this first is because there's no biceps involvement. This is pure lats. So we're going to do this to exhaust the lats, and then we're going to go on to the compound exercise, which will involve the forearms and the biceps. And doing it in that way, we're going to get more. You're going to feel the second exercise a lot more because we already isolated the lats. And this is the only way you can do it is this machine. You could do a dumbbell pull.
JP, don't need to tell us. I wonder if Frank believes this too. Literally retarded.
Weren't who you thought they were. And what if they have been here a lot longer
Oh, yeah, the people who think celebrities have existed for hundreds of years.
than any of you realize? Now, I've done a video on how Taylor Swift
That is clearly not the same person.
shares a striking resemblance to Church of Satan advocate Zena LeVay. But that's not what this video is about. No, I
Oh, you know what? Oh my god. What's going on here? Me and Drake must be the same person. I'm living a double life. You know, I'll drive to my mansion and like do all these singing tours, and then when I'm like nobody's looking, I pretend to be someone else, and then I'm Vegan Gains and I'm streaming on YouTube. Like, yeah, some people look alike.
wanted to prove that she had been here even longer. And you know else Taylor has a striking
They do not look even remotely similar.
resemblance to 50s movie star Elizabeth Taylor. And hey, Elizabeth Taylor? Taylor Swift? And Taylor just happens to have a song about Elizabeth Taylor. And she compares herself to Elizabeth Taylor.
Yeah. You will find people believing in the dumbest shit on the internet, dude. It's not even fucking funny. Thanks for the donation, though, JP. G donate $2 VG. I think maybe you got confused about my comment on North Korea. Did you interpret that to mean North Korea would attack USA? Never meant that. I said that North Korea would attack if USA did a strike first. They can't attack shit. They have the technology that existed in like the 1930s. They can't attack anything. It's debatable if they have any real working nuclear weapons, and as far as we know, they don't have any ballistic missile systems that are long range enough and accurate enough to fucking hit anything. So they're not attacking anything. If the US were to attack North Korea, China is the one that would intervene and attack the US. China likes North Korea being between South Korea because it's kind of like a fortified big border between them and Western nations. I could be wrong, though. Don't the North Koreans threaten to do this shit? Yeah, they say a lot of things, though. Like, they're literal fucking retards. Like, actually retarded. So, yeah, they can't do anything. They're not really getting any technology from China. Again, the Chinese don't like North Korea having nuclear weapons and being hostile to the United States. They'd rather just North Korea be a retarded hermit nation that is just more defensive than aggressive. Ugh. So there isn't really any technology trading. Again, that's why they're developing their own nuclear weapons and ballistic missile systems. It's because China won't give it to them.
So, Greg Touche was saying there's a shortage of testosterone and has to resort to black market. Why is there a shortage?
Oh, that's wonderful. Where did he say that? By the way, this happens all the fucking time. All the time. Did he say that in a video recently?
Weight as men do. I mean, why is he full of younger? You don't need.
Let me see. I'd love to see where he said that. So I'll explain to you why this happens. His latest video?
Body weight as men do. I mean, why is he full of nonsense? Like, why is this guy lying? Why have simply run out? I mean, I used to sell it underground performance-enhancing drugs, and so do I now have to buy underground testosterone because the pharmacies have simply run out? I mean, what would you do if you were me?
Yeah. This happens extremely frequently. So basically, they do not really care about the supply chain for a lot of medications. They don't. This happens a lot with especially drugs like testosterone because they're so inexpensive, dirt cheap. Nobody really makes any money doing it because they're generic. And they're still a little bit niche. So they often just don't keep an adequate supply of raw materials. And then a lot of pharmacies will end up running out of the drugs, and then it takes sometimes several months for them to restock the supply. And what's also problematic is if you're getting testosterone, you know, through a legal route, through like a TRT clinic, they give you the prescription, then you go to the pharmacy to get your meds. You can't buy, like, let's say a 6-month or a year supply where just in case there happens to be a shortage, okay, well, you're at least good for the next 6 months or a year until like supplies last. You can only buy like monthly. So if you get a script for like 200 milligrams per week, and they give you 1 vial per month, like that's it. You can't buy like 12 vials, right? So you end up running into issues like this where if there's any shortages, well, you're fucked because you can only buy the 1 vial. So this happens all the fucking time, constantly. It's a really regular problem if you're getting like TRT legitimately. This is why underground labs are becoming so much more popular because they provide a better service. You can buy as much of the drugs as you fucking want at any fucking time, as long as they have enough supply in stock. You could, in theory, buy thousands of vials if you want. And a lot of the time, the testosterone they sell is actually better. Some underground labs, they test every single batch they make, so they'll be pretty accurately dosed. A lot of these compounding pharmacies, they do not give a fuck. They do not do batch testing, and you may be getting underdosed gear and not even fucking realizing it. So it's a fucking joke. What they should be doing is just making testosterone. They should give testosterone the same availability they should give testosterone the same kind of legality as alcohol. So the same way you'd buy alcohol, you should be able to buy testosterone. You just go to the store, you pick up the vial, show your ID, okay, you're 18, there you go. That's how it should be. And again, it would open up the market, it would create more availability. You'd see less dudes who are just weak, gay, retarded beta male pencil necks, supporting Palestine and all this fucking horse shit, and then, the world would be a better fucking place. But yeah, shortages for testosterone happen all the fucking time. That's hilarious, though.
All blacks look the same.
No, a lot of them look different. I think it's just Asians that look the same. Thanks for the donation, though, Non-Wib.
Agreed, VG. I myself hate Trump, but even I will admit there were a few things he did that I agree with. Like banning trans surgery for minors or defunding Harvard as well as Yale for anti-Semitism, and now invading a fascist country like Venezuela.
Yeah, I think the surgery for minors is probably a bad idea. In all likelihood, absolutely a bad idea. I think like some of the puberty blocking drugs under the right circumstances, that's fine. But yeah, trans surgery for minors, that's probably stupid. Yeah, defunding Harvard was a good idea. Supporting Israel, sending them all the weapons they wanted, that was great. Invading Venezuela, that was a W. Pretty much everything else, though, he's being horrible and a retard. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. He has helped to get rid of animal testing and shit like that, though. JP Donny Tellers, imagine thinking these are the world's most innovative people. Let me see.
This image should absolutely scare you, and here's why. This photo contains some of the most powerful and innovative men of all time.
They are not. Nowhere close. None of these people are billionaires. So notice how none of these people were at like the White House or anything. Sort of like Mark Zuckerberg or Jeff Bezos or Elon Musk. That's because they don't have any real serious money. Some of them are millionaires, but they're not. Yeah, they're not the most powerful and innovative people on the planet. They're basically all retarded. This guy does crystal meth. This guy just runs a construction company. This guy is just a fucking social media retard. This guy is just a human sex trafficker. This guy is just a social media retard, human trafficker. That's all that is. And they're scammers too.
We are going to witness the greatest achievements in modern history because of this.
So, is this... Yeah, of course. You know, this is the exact type of person you'd expect them to, be following. These idiots. Weird, gay, beta male, white dudes that are very suggestible and gullible. Thanks for the donation, though, JP. Mahatma Gay donated $2. I have another point for you, VG. Firstly, you only need intermediate range to reach USA from Venezuela or Greenland. Yeah, I know. That was the point I was making. He said you need an intercontinental missile. No, you don't. It's not that far. So it's like saying, oh, in order to cross a country, you need a long-range missile. Well, if you're right at the border, no, you don't. You just need a few feet. Like, that's the point I was making. So you don't need an intercontinental fucking ballistic missile. And I mentioned that in the previous debate. It's supposedly these are like intermediate range missiles. Venezuela were reportedly making deals with Russia for Orshnik IRBMs, and both China and Russia were already supplying them with missiles. Yeah. I don't know. Like, Destiny clearly didn't do any research on the topic, and he just assumed Trump bad. So, like, he's just an idiot for... he's just turning into, like, some stupid fucking partisan hack. Thanks for the donation, though. Forgot my namification. Mahatma Gay. Forgot my namification, Donny Tillers. Is that dangerous for the patients taking gear? If you're taking gear every other month instead of consistently every month, could that harm you? Well, it's not like that happens every other month. It just happens occasionally. So like maybe a couple times a year, you might run into that issue. Sometimes you might have a few years where it doesn't happen, but usually like I've I guess it depends what area you're in, but yeah, a lot of people have that happen to them like once or twice a year. Thanks for the donation, though. I forgot my namification.
So your body will never be able to create testosterone on its own now that you've converted to roid head? My YouTube guy didn't want to post her full body because of that gyno, faggot. Don Lemon is king. Free Maduro.
I don't see any gyno. So I think you're just afraid of getting mogged. Thanks for the donation, though, Destiny. And no, if you stop taking steroids, you'll just start producing testosterone again. Thanks for the donation.
On blasting steroids. That's how I see it. Natty, kinda not natty, and definitely not natty.
The way I look is more of a byproduct of the way I train and of my lifestyle. So I eat once a day, and I'm...
That word that rhymes with rexic. You can't for years straight be in a calorie deficit. When 250 nanograms per deciliter, that is not very high. And so he was given a prescription for HRT. Made a world of difference. He waited until he was in his 50s. Perhaps you need this when you're younger. Perhaps you might only be 40.
And I was shredded.
And so at 5'10", 188 pounds shredded, that is a lot of muscle. Remember, Hussein Farhat, 5'11", 184 pounds right now. And so bigger than Hussein.
You know, I just eat my grass-fed meat, you know, my organic avocados, my organic eggs, my organic raw cheese, and that's it. I eat the same thing every day. I'm like,
wow, this guy eats like shit.
A dog.
And so he loves to train. He eats the same. But hey, I digress.
And then what I'll do is about 5 o'clock I'll eat. And then about 7 I'll go to the gym again and I'll do strength and conditioning stuff. And I do
the meal when it doesn't optimize muscle protein synthesis. It might not make more sense. Or why not just eat 5 meals a day? Broccoli and rice. There's almost no cardio lifting weight.
Technology, shortcut, secret.
Glutes, even their upper. Hey.
His videos are just brain rot trash.
I wasn't feeling what I was feeling. He I mean, let's look.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Pull over a bench, but you get to here, obviously there's no resistance. So it's half a movement. Or you could do a straight arm lat pull down. But again, it's not ideal. You've got to stabilize with the abs and everything. So if I can just borrow your arm, right? Doesn't matter where this is. This, push down a little bit.
Got it.
There, right?
Got it.
There's your lats, firing.
Got it.
First set is going to be moderate for you to get the feeling, right? So upper arms are against here, and this is where we're
I'd really like one of these machines. That would be pretty handy.
pushing. You can put the hands where you like, really, but probably about here. So, see, come up until you feel a stretch, and then down, pause here, and control it on the way up. So positive, static, negative. Very light, just to, you to get used to the machine, because maybe you haven't done it before, and get some blood in there, warm up a little bit. All the way down to the bottom, pause, and control on the way up. So a lot of people think in terms of they do the positive, and then let it swing up. So pause there.
Gito Nutillers think Trump will strike Iran. He just needs to wait for that aircraft carrier to get closer so he can really overpower them. Also, did you hear that anti-regime elements inside Iran hacked their state television and played pro-regime messages? Thoughts? I mean, hopefully. I'd very much like for Trump to attack Iran and force a regime change. Fuck the Ayatollah, dude. They're absolute evil, heinous scumbags. So hopefully Trump's just, talking a lot of hot shit, saying he's not going to invade, but yeah, we'll see. Time will tell. Thanks for the donation, though, G.
Come up slowly. When you get to the top, want it to come right back down again. Stretch, go. That's it. All right. It might seem obvious, but I should say it. When you go up, you breathe in. When you come down, huh? Don't hold your breath. So this positive part of the movement is actually mechanically the weakest. This is stronger, and this is...
Dorian Yates isn't a white supremacist, but he is a Nazi. He's a Holocaust revisionist. Like, he flat out denies the Holocaust ever even happened. I'm not entirely sure if he believes in that, like, stupid international Jew thing where Jews are really Satanists. So yeah, he's a Nazi. But as far as I know, he's not a white supremacist.
Stronger till. That's why we're slowing the negative down. Try to tax that part of the movement as well. A little bit slower on the way up. 1, 2, 3. One more. Nice, okay. Okay.
Work set?
Medium set.
Medium set.
I guess. Let's see.
We'll see.
Do you do 8 reps, yeah?
We'll find out.
Stable.
Said the keto diet is stupid, but Brandon Carter said he's doing well on it for years. Is there a right way to do it? Yeah, the keto diet's fucking retarded. Yeah, so he says he's doing fine. The guy's also on steroids. So some of the negative effects that you'll experience from the keto diet are going to be related to androgen deficiency. If you don't eat any carbohydrates, it's going to elevate your cortisol levels and your testosterone's going to go down. You're going to have no energy, your libido's going to go to shit, you're just going to feel crappy. Same thing happened to Paul Saladino. He was on a low-carb diet with that stupid carnivore diet thing. His testosterone fell dramatically. I think it like halved. He was feeling like shit. Libido was low. And then as soon as he introduced carbs into his diet, he felt fine. So Brandon's on testosterone. He's openly admitted to this. I think he has been using steroids for like before he openly admitted it, honestly. So yeah, one of the reasons why he might be feeling fine is just because he's taking exogenous hormones. I've noticed personally that when I'm dieting, now that I'm on steroids, I don't get that like energy drain and loss of libido, and just crappy feeling. You still feel like strong and not weak, kind of like when you're, dieting in a steep deficit. It just still feels like you're basically bulking. So that's that's probably a large reason why. And another thing to consider is just because somebody tells you they're eating a certain way online doesn't mean they're actually eating that way. It's especially true in the carnivore community. They are all fucking liars. They are all completely and utterly full of shit. And a lot of these ex-carnivore people have come out and admitted all these carnivore influencers are eating tons of carbohydrates. They'll eat bananas just off camera and stuff. So he might say he's following the keto diet. He might follow the keto diet like 3 or 4 days a week, and then the other few days he just eats normal, and he just cycles in between the two diets because he just feels like it helps him maintain a body composition he likes. So who the fuck knows? But yeah, keto diet's fucking stupid.
Go. 1. Push. 2. Don't stay up there. As soon as you feel that stretch, you return. Stretch and return. Push. That's better. Control it up. Drive it down. That's it.
I fucking hate it when I'm doing an exercise and then somebody touches the fucking machine I'm using or like helps lift up the barbell or whatever I'm doing. Drives me fucking nuts. Just, I can't fucking stand it. Irritates the ever-loving fucking shit out of me. If I was training with Dorian Yates, I'd be like, don't touch the fucking machine. Why are you touching it?
That's it, man.
Like, what is the point? Like, what are you doing when you do this? It's just dumb.
All yours. And again. Push. Squeeze it in. One more. Perfect. And drive. Nice. Okay. Safe. Put your feet on there.
There we go.
Let's go, brother.
Let's do it.
Now set it up, man. You're in. You're tight. Don't forget, when you go for the stretch, immediate return. Yeah, don't sit up there, all right? Okay. Drive. 1. Yes. That's it.
I think he's forgetting that you need to be the one moving the weight in order to build muscle. So what the fuck is the point of him touching the goddamn machine and moving it for him?
2.
So dumb.
Try.
Triggers the shit out of me
3.
saying this.
Power. Easy. Come on. 4.
How's cardio still doing? The elliptical 45 minutes a day. My cardio is fucking ridiculous ever since I've done steroids. I can do like an all-out sprint, and I have to stop, not because I'm out of breath, but just because my muscles get tired. Like I can't get winded. So cardio is super easy now. The limiting factor isn't like my heart, it's just, you know, my leg muscles. Like if I push too hard, my legs just end up getting tired. So steroids massively improve your cardio. Like it's actually ridiculous. I understand now why so many like cyclists and runners and shit are on high doses of fucking testosterone. It massively improves your fucking cardio. G, donate $2. The IRGC are evil. Did you hear about the Cinema Rex fire? Some of Khomeini's followers locked the doors of a cinema and then set the cinema on fire with 400 burnt alive. They blamed the Shah. People believe Khomeini, and that fueled the revolution. That's fucked. That is seriously fucked. Jesus Christ. Yeah, what a fucking asshole. Yeah, well, hopefully the IRGC is going down. Thanks for the donation, G. Elon's Musk donated $2. So, how do you decipher a good lab in Canada for test? Are you doing this for life? Yeah. Why the fuck wouldn't I? Like, no. I think when I'm older, I just want to be, like, weak and small and frail and just wither away and die. Yeah, no shit. Do you need estrogen blockers? No. How long are cycles? I don't come off. Like, what's the general playbook to getting started? I know nothing. Bye, Tesla. Hail Hitler. Check out Dr. Todd Lee's Anabolic University. That YouTube channel has, like, basically all the information you need on, how to take steroids safely. But yeah, if you know what you're doing, you don't need to go on a estrogen blocker. Thanks for the donation, though, Elon's Musk. Dodo, donate $2. I'm glad you went back and calmly expressed your viewpoints to Destiny. I think the audience sympathized with your position more than Destiny. That's all you have to do, VG. Just relax sometimes. And come prepared to debate as you were more prepared this time, I would say. Yeah, I was just in a really bad mood that day. So, you know. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Drive. All yours. 5. Stretch. Contract. 6. All yours. Come on, at least 2 on your own. Push. Squeeze it in. Yes. And again. Push. Squeeze it in. Okay, we can start working now. Come on. Let's go. Push. 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 Elbows through the pads. Yes. 2 more. Drive the elbows through. Drive them through. Drive them through.
You know, I think Dorian Yates might actually still be more muscular than Andrew Huberman. I'm not even sure if Dorian Yates is on TRT. He said once he stopped bodybuilding, he just completely came off steroids.
Is Dorian Yates a motorcycle rider? Do you know if Dorian Yates rides or does Dorian Yates write her up? Did you used to get written up in class? Probably.
Yeah. Yeah, sure. Thanks for the donation, 21st. Who squirted period blood on your cookies? Well, this isn't period blood. It wouldn't be on top of the cookies. It would just soak in.
Contract at the bottom. Squeeze. Slowly up. 1 more. Power.
Yeah, I swear Dorian Yates has, like, bigger forearms, at least.
Squeeze it in. Elbows back. Squeeze it in. 1 more. This last one is the one. This is the one. Drive, drive, drive it in. Squeeze it in, squeeze it in, squeeze it in. Hold it there. Come up slowly. Okay, safe.
Yeah, Dorian Yates is really into the high intensity training thing where you do like one all out set to failure. I mean, you'll grow, but for most people you're not gonna get the best results.
See. Yes, sir, that's the set. Well done.
Feels good.
Now you know.
Yeah, I swear his arms might actually be bigger, at least his forearms. Like, fucking Huberman's getting mogged by an old man, dude.
Thank you.
This guy needs to get on his alpha male grind set and fucking start working out more.
That feels good.
That's right, man. Feels good to push yourself,
feels
man.
so good.
Fucking supposed to do that with men. All right, we're going to go inside, do some pull downs.
All right,
yeah?
fantastic. I was saying the other day that there are only 2 people on this planet that can wear their own name and face on their shirt, and it absolutely works, and that's Mike Tyson and Dorian Yates.
Shirt on, picture on the front?
Yeah.
On the back?
If you're one of those 2 guys,
say less,
you can do it. If you're not one of those 2 guys, don't wear your own name and face on your shirt.
That's a fucking good club to be in with Mike Tyson, man. That's cool. Sure
right.
set, mate.
Man, I don't think
close grip, underhand.
I don't think I've used straps in ages.
You don't really need it on this set.
Okay.
On the heavy one you might. A little bit wider. Come out here.
Up to here?
Yeah. Okay. So we're going to pull down for the chest. Slow up. Same cadence as before, yeah? Pull. 1. Nice. 2. A little slower on the way up. 3.
I don't think holding it at the bottom does literally jack shit.
Feel that there. That's your lats. Oh, you see?
Yeah, all the static holds at the bottom really does is it fatigues you, and then you're not able to do as many reps. I think that's just a complete waste.
There's your lower lats, man. Come on.
Like, it feels hard, but I don't think it's actually
5. 3 more. 6. Pull. 7. Pull. Yeah. Great.
How much weight is this fucking pussy even using?
Great. Okay.
Oh, it's not even the full stack.
Good set.
Are those cookies vegan veggie or are they fake vegan as in they have Reese's Pieces in them? Ha ha, I'm joking, but what are they?
Yeah, obviously they're vegan. It's just cookie with icing sugar on top. I didn't put any like chocolate chips or anything in it. So it's just vegan butter, sugar, flour, and I just put icing sugar on the top. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
So you feel that more now because your lat's already pre-exhausted.
Yeah, I had, I don't know what the fuck happened. I couldn't sleep at all last night. And then it felt like I was going through like some bizarre manic episode where my brain was just fucking running and thinking way too quickly. And I couldn't fucking sleep. And I was so desperate to sleep, I just made cookies to try to give myself the itis so I just get knocked out. And that finally helped. I also ate a box of cereal. But that was rough. I wasn't able to train today because I literally got 0 sleep.
Little detail question, maybe
Yeah.
it doesn't matter. I notice if I go too far in with my knees, I can't get all the way back.
Just get the right position under the. That looked good, man. You're getting a full contraction there, so it looked good. 1 at a time, man. Perfect. Come on. Nice. Strong. 2. 4. 3. 4. Whoa. 5. Yes. Come on. Take it away. 4. Please. 2 more.
I kind of want to get a lat tower, just so that I have some more vertical pulling variations I can do. I think there's some relatively inexpensive ones that are plate loaded. I really like the plate loaded cable machines because with the weight stacks, oftentimes you can't load them as heavy. And they also have a weird quirk too sometimes where if you're using the full stack, you can't use as much range of motion. So, like, obviously the bigger the stack is, the higher the, cable stop has to move. So if you have a really heavy stack, that can, reduce the range of motion. So I really like the plate-loaded machines. Because in theory, you could add like an infinite amount of weight, and the dimensions don't change. Dodo donated $2. You didn't mention how China is clearly trying to force Greenland into debt traps. Yeah, I forgot about that. Yes, it's no joke that China is trying to influence that region. Trump is obviously going about it the wrong way, but to say there's nothing to worry about is naive. You didn't mention that. Yeah, I forgot about it. But thanks for that donation, Dodo.
Whoa! Squeeze it in, squeeze it in, squeeze it in, squeeze it in. Slower on the way up, slower on the way up. Slow, 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 slow. And fire! Pull! Squeeze! Squeeze! Pull! Slow down the way up. Yes, mate. Excellent.
That feels
excellent.
good. Thank you.
Man. So I think we do some.
Dodo donated $2. You should try to get Destiny to speak to Ryan Macbeth about it, or maybe you yourself can interview Ryan Macbeth. Why don't you message him on Instagram? Ask him how much it would be to do an interview with him for your viewers, and I may pay for it. We'll see. Let me know. I don't know if he'd agree to do an interview for free. I don't know if he'd even bother wanting to come onto my channel. Does that guy charge money to go on people's channels and shit? Yeah, maybe I'll try reaching out to him. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
Some rowing now. We could sit on a machine. But I'd rather show you how to do dumbbell rows because it's a bit more skilled as a free weight, so we're going here with the dumbbells or that. It's blasted, yeah?
Well, I'm feeling the contraction.
It's efficiency, and you know where it is now, right? It's contracting right down to the bottom there because you're in the right body position. You got your body here, and you're coming all the way down. You're not leaning back. If you do this, you're just going to work your upper back.
I feel like I've been training the scap region.
Yeah, mid-back. There's trapezius. Trapezius. Lower trapezius.
Straps for these two or no?
Yeah, just for the heavier set.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we're going to do one side at a time, which is good. So we're going to start, I'm in line with the shoulder. Going to pull.
Wow, China is trying to force Greenland into death traps. How can any sane person, let alone an SJW, defend them?
Well, again, like I mentioned, China's infiltrated the liberal left-wing progressive sphere. Russia's infiltrated the right-wing sphere, especially the MAGA cult. And I think you're seeing some of this horseshit from Destiny just because he's unknowingly being fed Chinese fucking propaganda, and a lot of his friends are dumb progressive idiots too. He might not be anywhere near as bad as Hassan, obviously, but a lot of people seem completely unaware of the propaganda that they're being exposed to. And, whenever you hear about something or have an opinion on something, you should ask yourself, who gave me this idea? Where did I get the idea from? And who benefits from me thinking this? So I don't know if, I think most people really don't have a good ability to do that. And I've seen Destiny's dumbass takes kind of change over time, where he was definitely a lot more supportive of Israel, but suddenly he's just being a lot more sympathetic to Palestinians. And again, that's just Chinese brain rot horseshit. Palestinians are just Islamic terrorist scumbags. They're fucking insane people. And all these arguments that, oh, Israel's going too far. These are uneducated fucking morons who don't know anything about fucking warfare. So I think Destiny's probably getting fed just Chinese propaganda, doesn't really know it, and he's not aware that a lot of people in his friend group are also influencing him and are also getting exposed to some of that same bullshit. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Dodo donated $2. Is your cardio just the elliptical, or what else do you do, and at what intensity for how long? Do you do walking, or is that beta male shit? Well, I can't do any other forms of cardio right now because I live in a winter fucking frozen hellhole. There's like 2 feet of fucking snow every day. And yeah, so I can't mountain bike, can't rollerblade for the time being. So I do the elliptical machine on like medium intensity most days, sometimes high intensity if I'm just feeling up for it, but it's like medium intensity generally. And I don't really do much walking. It's kind of just boring, so I don't walk much. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Do you think UB is a bad idea for society, like if the US or Canada started doing it because of AI taking over jobs?
Well, you'd have to do it. Otherwise, you're going to have to find some other way to pay people money for some sort of work. Like, I don't see how it would be better to have a society like the Jetsons where you drive, you know, like 30 minutes to work just so you can press a button for an hour. And then you go back home and you just receive your paycheck. Like, if machines can do the work for us, then have the machines do the work for us. And just pay people based on the productivity that the machines are doing, that otherwise would have been taken up by human labor. And in theory, that could massively increase the wealth of your average person. Because again, in theory, a machine can do something way faster, more efficiently at a higher volume without ever taking a break. So if a machine is doing like, you know, X or Y job, but they're able to do it with twice the productivity of a human being, then in theory, they could end up being paid, like a human, if they're receiving that money, could end up being paid twice as much as they would be getting for that same job. So I think UBI is going to end up being necessary unless we find some other weird way to pay people. Like, we could have a society where rather than paying people for some like arbitrary, you know, task, like, you know, putting numbers into a fucking computer, you know, boring desk work, you could end up getting paid for just uploading YouTube videos. It's just, you don't get paid based on ad revenue or anything, but just because you're contributing to some sort of cultural aspect of society, where you're producing some sort of artwork or entertainment or something, you could get paid based on that. Or you could get paid based on just raising your own kids and just spending more time with them. Like, in theory, that could work. But yeah, chances are UBI is going to be the, you know, first thing. Thanks for the donation, though, Rec.
This is exactly the reason. Websites like TikTok should be banned, but sadly they won't thanks to Trump.
Yeah, it's... Oh, dude. I can't stand fucking TikTok. Drives me nuts. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Vegan for 10 years, donated $2. I've seen so many videos of men who promote the carnivore diet and they have the body structure of a lesbian. How do people take them seriously? My uncle who went on the carnivore diet had 2 heart attacks. He still is on the diet, mental illness. Well, there's no help for some dumbasses. Like, it's the internet, right? And you will see the dumbest ideas and the dumbest people following the dumb ideas. And it doesn't matter who's saying it. Like, look at some of these cult leaders. They're gay, retarded, beta male, like, dipshits with long, girly hair. And then somehow they convince a bunch of girls and guys to follow their dumbass bullshit, and then these cult leaders end up convincing grown men to let them fuck their wives and shit. Like, there's just a lot of stupid-ass fucking people, and that's why there's dumbass beta male fucking losers who have the most unimpressive physique and stature, you can imagine promoting the carnivore diet as this manly thing, and then dumbasses follow them because they're just idiots. There's no reason to try to rationalize why somebody's doing something. Like, they're just stupid. Dumb people don't have any like complex thoughts in their head. They're kind of like cockroaches or something, where they just move on nerve impulse. Like, if you turn the lights on, the cockroaches scatter under the fridge. They're not thinking, oh, gee, we've been found out, I gotta hide. Like, it's just a bunch of nerve impulses that are being evolutionarily bred into them for survival. That's basically how idiots operate. So, dumb person sees a dumb thing, and then monkey see, monkey do. Thanks for the donation, though, vegan for 10 years.
How come you've been eating more sugar and junk food lately? You were eating extremely clean until relatively recently, I've noticed. Are you worried it'll ruin your nice lean young hot body look? You have nice black skin and sugar damages your skin.
Yeah, I'm gonna clean up my diet. It's just the winter. Winter sucks, and sometimes just having a little bit of junk food here and there kind of helps. That's really it. But yeah, I'm gonna clean up my diet. Thanks for the donation, James. Especially for the summer. Like, by March, I'm gonna go on a
Yeah,
diet.
I agree with sentiment that some people are just too far gone. For example, my dad is an anti-vaxxer flat earther who thinks the Sandy Hook shooting was fake, etc. I've given up trying to convince people like that back to reality. Completely pointless.
Yeah, they're just hopeless fucktards. There's no sense wasting your time. Thanks for the donation, though, Ben Boy. Gig ate at a vegan restaurant today, and all they had was the same mock meat I can buy at the store. Wow, that's lame. That is remarkably lazy. Like, wow.
Up and back, remember? Down and back. So it'll be like this. That's why that's back there. If it was here, I'd be forced to come up.
Got
and
it.
then I'll work my upper
So you go
back
into the
more.
hip,
yeah.
basically.
Then you would bring it down and back. If I'm going to do this, yeah, I'm working upper back again. That's probably the mistake that you're falling into.
Work set straight off?
Let's see.
Yeah.
I think it'll be a warm up for you, but. That's it. Pull in. Nice. And back down again. Excellent. 2, 3, 4.
It's kind of weird how he has Harbinger lifting straps. I don't know if he's sponsored or if he literally just picked up the shitty Harbinger straps that you can get at like Sport Check.
5, 6.
I generally don't like going out to eat or just going out in general. I'd rather just stay around home, usually.
7. 8. Great, that'll do. We're gonna go.
G donate $2. I'm no communist VG, but regarding the AI taking over the workforce, would it be possible the state just hands out resources for free based off the productivity of AI? I literally just answered that question. Also, would everyone get equal resources or different? No idea. It is a great idea, though. Human beings are chimpanzees, or like we're related to chimpanzees, like we're a species of ape. So we live in hierarchical societies. And men in particular are competitive in nature and try to gather more resources and have more power an influence in our chimp society so that they have access to more mates primarily. So I don't see a future where everyone has the same amount of wealth because I think humans would just reject a system like that. So I don't know how they would exactly deal with that problem, but I don't see a possibility where everyone could have the same amount of wealth and everybody would be happy about that. Thanks for the donation though, G. Dodo $22, what do you listen to or watch while you're on your elliptical? I was watching Stranger Things. Lately, I've just been watching some anime while I'm doing the elliptical. Need something to listen to or do while I do cardio. Am planning to do more cardio, also react. Let me see.
Some girls get home safely at night. Part 4.
You know, if this was the United States, they'd get shot. Like, just shoot these people. Why do we care if idiots get shot to death? Like, if you're doing this, you deserve to get shot to death. Just make it legal to shoot assholes. Like, as if society would be worse off. You know? It's like, it's this communist brain rot bullshit where, oh, it's bad to kill people, we need to be sensitive, criminals are people too, and la la la. No. We were always better off shooting assholes and idiots. Just let people shoot them. It works. Oh. Oh my goodness. Oh, he's digging. His little kitty paws. My god, what is he digging for? Oh my god. He's got dirt on his chin. Wow, that's amazing.
This might just be India's original flavor bomb, also known as Pani Puri. When I traveled to Mumbai, I was blown away by this iconic street food. All around town, you'll find vendors cracking open these crispy puffed up dough balls known as puri and filling them with either a white pea curry or a mixture of potatoes and mung beans. They are then flavored with a sweet and tangy tamarind chutney before being dunked into the pani, a spicy iced mint water that might set your brain on fire, yet is equally refreshing. The fun thing is that you're usually served 6 pani puri one after the other, allowing you to adjust the flavor from sweeter to spicier with each one, until you found just the right mixture to make your taste buds sing.
Looks cool. I like Indian food. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Sid donated $2. I think James has the gaze for you. I don't know. Thanks for the donation, Sid.
And let me guess, you stopped watching Stranger Things after that horrible finale.
The only thing that was truly horrible about it was, that long talk before they fought Vecna about how Will really likes sucking cock and he hates girls. That was just cringe as fuck. Hey guys, gather around. Everybody has to listen to this. Will really likes sucking dick. Like, oh, that was just so bad. The fight with Vecna was a little weird. It's just strange. He got impaled on the thing and then got his head cut off. If it were that easy to like kill him if he's just in like some kind of physical body, basically, and he's mortal like everybody else. Why couldn't they have just blown his head off with a shotgun? Like supposedly they could have distracted him or something, or he might not have been paying attention, and somebody could have just blown his head off with a shotgun. Like it's just kind of weird. Also, that giant spider monster thing, that thing was so huge. It was a little unbelievable that their little small arms, you know, the M16 and shit they had, would do anything to even bother it. So that was kind of weird. I feel like they should have probably had some sort of like different kind of character arc for Elle, where she used like the full extent of her power, but it ended up also killing her or something. Like that would have made more sense. So yeah, if they had just had Elle like just sacrifice herself in some way and just, I don't know, turned herself into some like weird nuclear bomb thing with her psycho powers, that would have made more sense to me, given the kind of villain they're facing and what she ended up doing in the end anyway. So yeah, but whatever. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
Gig was trying to show his family how exquisite the vegan food can be, but it was dry, crunchy fake bacon and some rock-hard biscuits. Not only did they have low-tier mock meats but also a free Palestine flag on the wall. There was some ninja people in there too.
Jeez, that's rough. If only Mossad could blow that place up and then take it over and rebuild it and turn it into a good vegan restaurant. Thanks for the donation, Gigliardo.
My mom keeps telling me to invest my money, but I don't see the point. I always just keep my money in my bank account tbh. Maybe I should hide.
Index funds are generally the safest bet. I would wait until Trump is out of office before you invest your money in anything, because who the fuck knows what Trump is going to do. There's no way to make any kind of safe investments now, and the market's probably going to go into a downturn, but index funds are generally the safest. Especially if you're investing in the American market. Like, there's just so many different stocks that even if a few take a really big hit, the market generally just trends upwards anyway. So that's the easiest way to just make money. Thanks for the donation though, Rack.
Go do another heavier set.
Don't do this one?
No, I don't want you to rush too much, yeah? Because we do this side, we do that side. Yeah. And if you go directly from this side to that side, especially on the heavier set, your breathing is going to be too heavy and that side's going to suffer. So consider it like 2 sets. Put that back out of the way. Pull. Put your finger here.
Oh, yeah.
You see?
I haven't seen the new woke Star Trek, but I've heard about it. Apparently there was a episode where they had some alien entity making them sing. Holy fuck. It is bad.
See, it's right down here. The forehead's working up here too much. Because not correct with the body positioning. Full. Ah. Nice. Full. Yeah. Easy. Okay. Good. Good. We'll do another set in a
Is that only 55 pounds? Wow. Beta.
minute.
That pre-exhaustion of the pullovers first.
Huberman, come on, man. Set it up, man. Set it up. Get the position.
Tellers, do you do balance exercises and stretching like Brian Johnson spends a fair bit of time doing that, or is that worthless waste of time? If you're elderly, doing balance exercises are a really good idea because as you age, your balance starts to go to shit. And especially when you get old enough, like a single fall can make you break a hip and then you're dead. So if you're elderly, it makes sense. If you're still relatively young and fit and healthy, I don't see why you do any exercises that specifically are supposed to improve your balance, unless it's like sports specific or something. And I mean, like if you're rollerblading, that requires a high degree of balance. So like there's certain things that you might be doing in your normal daily life that would not necessitate any balance exercise. So if you do like inline skating, you're already practicing your balance. I do stretching. I do stretch a fair bit. I think stretching is worthwhile. But thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Boy, what is it with Hollywood? And their obsession with queer people these days is very serious. They make up only like 10% of the population. VG.
I don't know. It's just cool to be gay, I guess. Real cool. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. JP, don't need $2. Do you agree? Let me see.
Women, okay, here's what tends to happen. If you're loyal, she thinks you have no options. If you're nice, she goes, oh, well, he has to be, so that way people aren't mean to him because he's weak. If you're caring, she goes, oh, wow, he doesn't prioritize himself, he can't say no. Therefore, he has to be caring. See, what you're going to find, the more...
Women are extraordinarily negative and neurotic, and yeah, they'll always think like in this dumbass way.
Women you date, or the more dating experience you have, is that a bad quality in a relationship women typically find as good because their emotions are polar opposite to your logic. Her emotions are polar opposite to your logic, and all of the traits that you deem as bad or bad in a relationship, these are typically relationship traits that she rewards. And this is why
women are attracted to violent psychopaths. It's kind of funny. Like, it's probably an evolutionary thing where, like, the kind of survival strategy would be to find the most dominant, violent, scary male you could find that would be able to protect you and nobody's gonna fuck with. And the hope is that they wouldn't be violent towards you. And then that would be like the ideal kind of relationship strategy. So you see this all the fucking time. There are like serial killers. A lot of them aren't even good looking, like David Berkowitz. He was a fat, short, bald dude. They get fucking thousands of love letters in prison, and a lot of death row inmates have like multiple girlfriends and shit. It's kind of fucking crazy. Like, most women aren't that extreme, but you'll see this pretty typically. Like, women will go out of their way to date like some really unhinged, toxic dudes. Like, there's so many stories of, like, you know, a girl having a friend who's dating this guy who just viciously beat her and went to prison. And then when the guy's out of prison, that girl's girlfriend will end up dating the dude who beat the shit out of her. And then she'll get her ass beat. And then she's like, oh, I thought he changed. Like, it happens all the fucking time. So, yeah, a lot of women are attracted to some of these, like, toxic traits that involve, you know, the dark triad, you know, personality type.
Women, what you're going to notice is they will spend majority of all of their 20s, and a lot of times even parts of their 30s, chasing men who are degenerate, chasing men who are considered toxic, chasing men who are narcissistic, and this is going...
Oh yeah, Jeffrey Dahmer wasn't getting any love letters from gay men. Yeah. It's only women who are into that shit.
to be the men who are oftentimes most sexually rewarded. When it comes,
Yeah, it's true. Thanks for the donation, JP. Dodo $2. What do you do for stretching? What is it good for? Hypertrophy or something else? How long do you do that for? Oh, it's kind of a weird question what I do for stretching. I just stretch most of the muscles in my body. And I find that it's good for both preventing and healing from tendonitis or tendinopathy. So it just... and it's also good for just improving mobility in general, but particularly for tendon health. Find it really important, especially with the groin issues I've had after the adductor tear. How long do you do that for? Like, I'll hold a stretch for like maybe 30, 40, 50 seconds, somewhere around there, and like just going over each body part. So like stretch my groin, hamstrings, quads, calves, low back, triceps, shoulders, you know. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo. Anonymous donated $2. Idiots love good news about their bad habits. Yep, that's another thing too. To this day, there's actually cigarette commercials in other countries, like in Malaysia, where they'll say cigarettes are good for you. It's pretty fucked. Thanks for the donation though, Anonymous.
Come on. Cool. That's it, mate. Great. Pull.
There we go, 90 pounds. That's not so pathetic.
Power. You're stronger. Come on. Yes. Power. Pull. 4. All the way up. Come on. 5. 3 more. Pull. 6. 2 more. Let's get it up there. Come on. Pull. And again. 1 more. Pull. Try 1 more. Come on. Let's do it. Try it. Pull. And 1 more. Big 10. Pull.
Yeah, what the fuck? So Andrew Huberman is Jewish. Does this dumbass realize he's doing a workout with a literal Nazi Holocaust revisionist? Like this guy did an interview with Dave Palumbo where he flat out and plainly fucking stated the Holocaust never happened and the Jews made it up so that they could control the world. And then here's a fucking Jewish guy just working out with this dipshit. It's kind of weird how he's just gotten away with that and nobody gave a fuck. And this was before the whole Israel invasion thing too.
Oh, yes. Great. Good job, mate. Good job.
Rest you up or straight into the...
Yeah, let's see.
Yeah, getting this leg back helps a lot because of that.
Yeah, but you got to go from hip, in line with the shoulder, pull into the hip like starting a lawnmower. You know, as I say, down and back, and the right position, then you're activating the lats. If you're going up here, you're working
Am I
there.
pulling too high here?
No, you're good now.
Okay.
Like maybe you were before, that's what I think.
Yeah.
Everything you got. Let's see it. Everything. Pull. Pull. 3. Yes. 4. Come on.
Dr. Mike is a dumbass, donated $2. Let me see.
What about ice cream? I really like ice cream.
So it's a dairy, and dairy is good for you. You know, not.
Yes. Let's see. Potassium cyanide. It has potassium in it, and potassium's in foods that are good for you, like bananas and tomatoes. So yeah, potassium cyanide is good for you. Like, Jesus Christ.
Not everyone agrees with me. One of my old professors from Harvard School of Public.
Yeah, buddy, it's fucking ice cream.
Walt Willett, who's a real pioneer in nutrition. I would say he's not a wild fan. Partially, that's because the U.S. has pushed dairy for its calcium, but it's not to do with calcium. It's good protein.
It's not good protein.
Got saturated fats, but it's
saturated fat's bad for you.
saturated fats are contained in globules and don't have the same effect.
Yeah, they have less of an effect on your lipids. That doesn't mean they don't raise your LDL.
Decreases the risk of diabetes.
It does not decrease risk of diabetes.
In the case of kefir and the case of yogurt, very good nutritionally.
They're not. It's just, oh my God, basic bitch retard shit.
A lot of protein in it.
Does not have much protein.
We know that kids who have lots of dairy as children actually grow taller.
They do not grow taller.
The reasons the Dutch are probably the tallest people in the world.
They are not the tallest people in the world.
And then you've got ice cream, and it tastes good.
This guy is genuinely one of the dumbest motherfuckers I have ever seen in my entire life. Height is one of the most heritable traits there is. So if both your parents are tall, in all likelihood, like 99% chance, you're going to be tall. If both your parents are short, 99% chance your parents are going to be short. So whenever you see height discrepancies between nations or ethnicities, it's pretty much entirely genetic. There's a reason why, like, most NBA basketball players are black. It's just, there's more tall fucking black people. As simple as that. You're not going to find that many white dudes who are, like, 7 feet tall. Like, this guy's a fucking retard.
Right? Yes, it does have sugar, as long as it doesn't have emulsifiers and other things,
Oh, emulsifiers, yeah. Oh.
Every night, a big scoop.
I don't think this guy even understands what an emulsifier is.
No, there are some people who've done it, but, a couple times a week, great. It's a good for you treat.
Ice cream is not good for you. What a bitch. Like, this guy's literally a dumb bitch. Thanks for the donation, Dr. Mike is a dumbass. Dodo donated $2. Imagine the amount of fat people who will watch that video and be like, I'm eating healthy! With their tub of ice cream.
Oh, there you go. Oh, you look very, do not mess with this man. Nope.
Oh, it's awesome. You can see inside the balloon. That's really cool. Okay, here's another photo we took. Can you guess what this is? This hovering white orb? Here it is just a moment later.
It's like a little sombrero.
It is, yes.
That orb is a drop of milk falling onto a plate.
That's a pancake, but you'll right. It's translucent here. You're seeing.
Attracted some unexpected attention. In 19.
Okay, maybe we'll watch this. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. G. Donators, did you happen to see this Pierce Morgan episode? Not sure. Sorry, it was epic. An Iranian woman called out Morandi and said that last piece of his body will be his finger, something like that. Let me see.
That's not bad-mouthing the
this dipshit.
country of Iran or the Iranian people. Now, I want to bring in Goldie Gamari because she wants to directly challenge.
No, you said
she wants to directly challenge.
Oh, he's scared. He knows what's coming up.
You have
it's
said
a one-on-one.
Yes,
You said
that's
it's a
fine.
one-on-one.
That's fine.
Your producer.
But you've accused her.
You did not allow me to
Fine,
continue.
but you have.
Your producer said.
You have
Your
given-
producer said
Yes.
it's a one-on-one between you and me.
Yes.
You're escaping the debate.
Hang on, Goldie. Hang on, Goldie. Hang on, please. Don't all talk at once. Professor
This is a
Morandi.
one-on-one
Professor
debate
Morandi.
between you and me.
Professor
This
Morandi.
is
Let
what
me.
your producer said.
Goldie, please let me handle this. Professor Morandi. Here's why I brought Goldie back into the conversation with you.
No, so you're being dishonest.
Because
So
she
you
has
lied.
said, she says to us, have you watched that footage? It is actually not what you have said it is. Goldie, tell the professor what you believe that footage is.
That footage is from Qasem Soleimani's funeral in 2020. That is not footage from today. That is 100% propaganda. The Islamic regime, they are liars. They are murderers. They are thieves. I don't even know how he has access to the internet right now. The internet is shut off. The internet is shut off. Where is he communicating from? Where's the
Okay,
communicating
now
from if the
Pierce,
internet
I
is
just
shut
want
off?
to remind you, that your producer said this is a one-on-one.
Yeah.
And like on previous occasions, you do
Beta. Fucking beta male running.
not abide by what you say.
Yeah, this chick's based.
I think the reason women in general are turned on by serial killers is because women love bad boys. Simple as that.
Well, I ate an entire watermelon a few times, so, you know, I live life pretty dangerously. So that's probably why bitches be lining up down the street. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. If I keep eating nuts and seeds, they will have to cut off my toes and feet to diabetes. What? Comments on that video have everyone saying that they are right, that ice cream is something worthwhile because it makes you happy. Well, I guess by that metric, cocaine and heroin are better. We've been lied to this entire time. Maybe Clav was onto something with the crystal meth.
You'll do.
Well,
But
you made a
just to
statement.
respond-
You made a
but just to
statement and gave us
respond-
footage, which
but
one of our
just to
panelists has
respond-
directly challenged.
But just to respond, in the General Qasem Soleimani's funeral, the bodies were on trucks, and there are no trucks in this crowd. And the crowd goes from Imam Hussein Square, which is to the top, towards the top. The crowd here goes all the way to Imam Hussein Square. The bodies never went there. The bodies the funeral procession began at the University of Tehran. So the path of the General Soleimani funeral and his companions was not towards Imam Hussein. And here, where are the trucks? Where's the funeral procession? Because it was not just him. There were a number of people who were murdered. Don't pretend. No one can pretend that the rallies yesterday, which took place across Iran, in Mashhad, in Tabriz,
All
in
been
Maran,
debunked. All
in
been
Esfahan.
debunked. The rally, the footage rally, all been debunked.
This Pierce, if you next, I won't come again on your show because every time you're dishonest.
You won't be able to come
every
again on
time
the
you
show
lie,
because when Iran
and
is
you
free, we're
bring-
going to get
and you
you're gonna go
bring-
to jail.
Ben Boyd and Teller's thoughts on the band Slipknot and Bad Religion. I like one Slipknot song. I don't know if I've ever listened to Bad Religion. Thanks for that donation, though, Ben Boy.
No, to be fair, let me explain. Goldie, let me explain.
People on your hands right now.
Goldie, I will come back to Goldie and the panel in a moment. I'll go back to one-on-one. I will go back to one. Professor, I will go back to one-on-one with you now. She wanted to directly challenge that footage. She's done so, and you have responded. That is perfectly legitimate journalism from where I'm sitting.
No, that's not.
What did you eat for lunch and dinner today? I had cookies and a box of cereal, like, in the late morning. I couldn't sleep all night, and I just had to, like, try to eat some really sugary, heavy stuff that would give me itis, just so I could get to sleep. And,
I mean, there are women who are turned on by men with scars on their bodies, similar to the apes we evolved from.
yes, that is true. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. So yeah, I had cookies and cinnamon toast crunch, and then I was finally able to take a nap, and then I had rice, chickpea, and sweet potato dal with tofu for dinner. and I just ate the last, I think like 3 or 4 cookies I had.
That's not acceptable, Pierce. In any case, just hours ago, the BBC was showing the footage of the protests across Iran against the rioters yesterday and talking about an uprising, implying dishonestly that these people on the streets who are protesting against the rioters are in fact supporters of the rioters. This is how it works in the West.
Well, the best way, surely. All right, Professor, the best way, Professor, Professor,
like this woman
Professor, the best way to
talk about.
Professor,
just one moment.
The best way to clear this up is to allow journalists to do their job freely in Iran, turn the internet back on, let everybody work out for themselves what is really happening. But when a regime shuts off the internet, what it's really doing is not trying to stop communication between protesters, it's trying to stop the truth about what it is doing in response being communicated to the world. And what it's doing is murdering thousands of Iranians who are protesting. They've admitted killing 2,000. Reports are that it may be as many as 12,000 or more. We're seeing footage here of body bags everywhere. And that is why the regime is turning off the internet. It's not out of some great altruistic, well, we just, don't want these people communicating. It's so that we can kill them and the rest of the world can't see what we're doing.
Yep.
No, Pierce, that is an utterly dishonest take. The numbers are fabricated. The government has not given any numbers. And as I said,
2,000.
I'm talking, Pierce. You don't want me to talk.
Well, you said you're just wrong.
You are just like those journalists who are talking about weapons of mass destruction in Iraq and the incubators. And
I led the campaign against that, as you may remember.
Well, you've flipped.
I haven't flipped to anything. I try and deal in facts.
No, Pierce. We had rioters who burned people alive, who cut people's heads off, and it's the evidence.
And what has your regime done to the?
I heard Cali Muscle fainted at the gym. Did he actually die now? Times of India. Okay, I'll just look at Team Z. I don't think he's Watermelon Man anymore. I'm pretty sure he went back to being a retard.
Man, what a weird species we are, VG.
Yeah, we are. Who am I to talk, though? I like putting my tongue in girls' butts. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Boom! What's up, everyone? Mark Lobliner, TigerFitness.com. Sad news. Hopefully it turns out to be really good news. But Cali Muscle has been taken to the hospital. I know it's TMZ, but I verified it, and it is true. He has been taken to the hospital.
Yeah, he went back on steroids. Like, he was not just doing TRT, he was blasting. And TRT for somebody with a heart condition is fine. It's probably beneficial. But if you're taking high doses of steroids and really exerting yourself like crazy and gaining body weight when you have reduced heart function, probably not a good idea.
And I think you could probably guess why, but we really don't know. We just know that he passed out in the gym. Now look at him right here. That was when he was at his biggest. I think he said it was 260, 270 pounds. I mean, just...
Kid Booty Tellers, if you had to work a normal job to survive, what job would you pick? I'm not entirely sure. Maybe getting into delivery services would make sense. Maybe construction. I don't know. Like probably something outdoors. I could probably find some other ways to make money. Like I could just go back to doing online coaching. Maybe pissing on people. There are people who will pay you to piss on them. So maybe just pissing on people. Who knows? But yeah.
The problem is we don't have a firm grasp on how many people have been killed. I mean, I don't doubt that hundreds of people, I mean,
We're seeing a lot of body
have been
bags.
killed, but we don't know the details yet. Stop interrupting me. I'm trying to make a point about
No, but
how
if I said
people
that,
who care.
Anna, if I said that to you about what was happening in Gaza, you would blow your gasket in fury
the entire
that I
time,
was
by the way.
doubting the number.
Yeah. The double standards are just crazy. Dude, as soon as the Israeli invasion began and like nobody was reported dead or anything, genocide, genocide, genocide. Oh, here we go. And then you see like hundreds of fucking body bags on the street, reports where thousands are fucking murdered by the regime. Oh, well, we don't know yet what's going on.
The denials of how many people have been slaughtered there.
If you were out there debating the number of people killed in Palestine,
It's like, again, this is fucking Chinese communist propaganda brain rot. It's, oh my god. Anna Kasparian is such a fucktard. What a piece of shit. And this is the person, oh, I just care about humanity. Yeah, she just wants to hate Jews and spread communist propaganda. Thanks for that donation, though, Kid Boo. G, $2. Could you watch the part where she challenges Jank 610 for Jank, 1945 for Goldie? Here's a link.
And the incubators.
1610.
This is the beginning of the end of the regime, and it could happen in weeks. Is that your sense, that this, despite a number of repressed attempts at overthrowing this regime that have failed, that this time we might be seeing the hand of history?
Yeah, so first of all, Happy New Year back to you and to everybody on the panel. So, Piers, in this case, the most important thing to recognize is that there are two separate issues going on here. One is the Iranian people's battle with the regime. And there we support the Iranian people 100%. I would love for Iran to be a democracy, control its own country, and be a beacon for freedom in the Middle East. Well, that would be amazing. I would hope that everybody would want that. But there's a second issue also going on at the same time, which is that Israel wants regime change in Iran. They've wanted it for 20 years. They've agitated it for this entire time, including through the representatives of Israel like Mike Huckabee. He's not our ambassador, he's the Israeli ambassador. And we know that now because he had a secret meeting with Jonathan Pollard, who's a traitor to America. So he meets with traitors secretly, by the way, behind Trump's back, behind the American people's back. Everything he just said to you was propaganda for Israel. They've wanted this regime change forever. And now here's how you could tell that
Well,
I'm
that doesn't
right.
mean he's wrong.
They will not.
Cenk, it doesn't mean he's wrong.
Yeah.
I mean, it might well suit. It might
Yeah,
well
that's
suit.
right.
Well, hang on. It might well suit Israel's interests, but that doesn't mean it doesn't also suit America's interests, or indeed the rest of the world's interests.
Right. So, Piers, then we get to the issue of, yes, but what is America doing and what should America do? So if you want to accomplish the thing that we all want, which is Iran to be free, the worst possible thing you could do is bomb them. Because if you bomb them, like all countries, they will rally around the flag. If you think there is no one who supports the regime in Iran, you're also wrong about that. I think they're a minority, but they're the minority with the guns, etc. And so at this point, the idea that, oh, don't worry, we'll just bomb the Iranians, we'll kill a whole bunch of their civilians, and then we'll be greeted as liberators. You know, Mike Huckabee talked about.
What the fuck is he talking about? Isn't this after the Venezuela invasion? Like this is just retarded babble nonsense. Like according to him, the only way for the United States to over like topple the regime is to bomb civilians. Why? They just need to take out some of the Iranian like air defense systems, bomb a few military bases, find out where the Ayatollah is, bomb the fuck out of wherever the fuck he is, and maybe just kill some IRGC members or something, and then there you go. The fuck is he talking about? Just random vids donate $2. Oh. I think that's a drone. Wow. If not friend, why friend shaped? Oh my god, that's a lot of polar bears. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh my goodness, I wish I could go there and snuggle with them and say hello. Do you think they'd be friendly? They look really friendly. They're so round and fluffy. Oh, they're big, round, fuzzy guys. They've got to be friendly. I want to go there and say hello. Maybe I'll bring them a watermelon and they'll be nice. Cringe AF. Oh, jeez. Fucking hate this bitch.
The mayor on the bus says, hello, friends. Hello, friends. Hello, friends. The mayor on the bus says, hello, friends. All through the town.
Yeah, free childcare after Minnesota's fraud disaster. Yeah. Oh boy, this is gonna go great. They're just gonna waste a bunch of public money on absolute horseshit, let the transportation system rot, destroy local businesses, let out a bunch of criminals. They're just gonna fucking just destroy everything. They deserve worse. Let me see. 2 teenagers who killed 72-year-old man with car mock victim's family in court. Yeah, it sounds about right.
A 15-year-old killer smiled in court and said,
I just want to tell y'all I'll be home soon, or I'll be Keon. I love my family.
But the judges...
Yeah, this is AI. They... Wait. Yeah, that's AI. So much for being collective libs. That is a... I've seen some of these clips and some of that audio before. That's a mix of different things. So the person talking was not one of the 2 young men in the courtroom. It was from a different court case. And it was from him shooting and killing another teenager, not an old man. So that's AI generated, and it's just meant to stir up anti-black hatred. Oh. Oh my god. Oh. So squishy. Oh my goodness, look at that kitty. Oh, he's sliding. Oh, look at him squish. Oh, so nice. I want to see him squish again. Oh, wow. So nice and squishy. There was this hilarious fucking video I found where this fat cat went through a tube and it looked hilarious like he was a snake. Jesus. No cookie crumbs. Let me see if I can find it. There it is.
So crazy.
Yeah, this. Oh my god. That is hilarious. Look at him squeeze through the tube. He's so fat. He doesn't look like he'd fit. Oh my god, look at that. He's like turning into a fucking steak. Oh my goodness. Looks so retarded. Wow. I love cats. They're so weird. This cat is a son of a bitch. Oh, that's great. This cat's trying to get my cookie crumbs. No. No cookie crumbs for Kitty. I love you, Doe. Mwah. My little baby. Mwah. My little cuddle bug. And so much for being collective libs. Yeah, that's impressive. That is a lot of weight. I don't know if that was the right link that I was supposed to see, though, but that's what the Instagram link you gave me goes to. Thanks for the donation, Just Random Vids.
Hell, I argue we are a species so strange we make the egg-laying, duck-billed, beaver-tailed, milk-sweating, poisonous ankle-bar-wearing platypus look normal. By comparison.
Yeah, I mean, we do weird stuff. Like, there's people who shove glass bottles up their ass. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
There's zero good reason for Trump or to act the way he is with Greenland. There is genuinely no benefit to even owning it over sharing. No intelligent military strategist or foreign policy advisor suggested it. The letter to Norwegian PM confirms this.
I don't know what you're talking about, or what you mean by that exactly, but thanks for the donation, retard. Kid Boo donated $2. This is what happened when you give women the right to vote and minorities' rights. The white man needs to retake his throne. Oh yeah, Sweden's just a fucking liberal fucking shithole. And yeah, this is exactly what happens when women are, and their dumb ideas are allowed to just run fucking politics. Sweden's gay as fuck, dude. If you want to stay broke and poor, and have immigrants take all your money through taxes, then go to Sweden. Perfect place for that. Thanks for the donation, though, Kid Boo. I just gotta put my plate away because Gummy's harassed.
About 2 kicks of the mule. But except he got the wrong mule. So
Gummy, get down. Stop stepping on the keyboard. Oh. All right. The cat will no longer be attacking me for fucking cookie crumbs. Just Random Vids, $20. Last link was supposed to be something else. I don't know why it keeps changing to some other post, but I hope this is it. Yeah, that does happen a lot with Instagram.
Really fit what they do for their workouts, and you're jacked.
Oh, thank you very much. A lot of people accuse me of being on TRT.
35.
One day I do 100 push.
Dude, if this guy can be in this shape at 73, imagine how fucking yoked I'm gonna be when I'm 73, assuming I don't get killed by Islamic terrorists or some shit. Or some dumb bitch woman doing her makeup on the highway who just happens to run me over when I'm on my motorcycle.
Shots in between 100 pull-ups.
How many days a week?
Every other day.
How old are you?
Tomorrow's my birthday.
Is it? How old?
73.
Really?
Yes. And very few carbs. I mean, that's the key. That's really helped me with this.
You got a six-pack, man.
The only thing I take is whey protein, collagen, and creatine.
Do you drink alcohol?
Every day. I drink at least 1 or 2 glasses. I'm a red wine snob.
Jeez. This guy's a little dumb.
Really?
Unless I'm fasting, which I do at least once a month. I just had my body fat tested. I think I was...
It's kind of funny how far just working out will get you.
How many pull-ups can you do in a row?
And like just avoiding junk food, basically. That's all you really need to do.
30 is easy. I've gotten more.
Let's see him right now. 25, 26, 27, Jesus, 28, 29, 34, 35.
One more for 36.
36 good ones.
Woo!
Damn.
A lot of people accuse me of being...
That's impressive. Thanks for the donation, Just Random Vids.
We got kicked in Iraq in the same exact way. Neocons like Mike Huckabee coming out there and going, oh, this is going to be easy. We're going to liberate the Iraqis, and the Iraqis are going to love us for it, etc. I don't need to get kicked by that mule twice. I guarantee.
This is just retarded horseshit. So just because one regime change operation went bad, that means we can never do it again. That is just the dumbest horseshit. So, like, if things happened in reverse, where rather than, like, World War II happening, then, the Iraq War, what if the Iraq War happened first? We had a bad, situation in Iraq where it was, like, a regime change gone wrong. Then World War II happens? Like, we're not going to try to overthrow Hitler and defeat the Nazis and denazify Germany? Like, it's just fucking stupid. So we've done regime changes well in the past, several times. The Iraq War was just one of the times where we fucked up. So we're just supposed to allow the spread of Islamic terrorism and jihad and all that crap? Like, by the way, this guy wants Netanyahu thrown in fucking jail, and he wants the state of Israel to be completely fucking destroyed. So the idea that this guy is against regime change, period, because the US did a bad in Iraq, he's full of shit. He's just using this as an excuse to keep Islamic terrorists in power.
You this will end in disaster if Israel forces us to get involved.
Fucking
if you care about the Iranian
retard.
people, we should not bomb them. It will be greatly counterproductive. And I guarantee you that both Israel and America does not want democracy in Iran. What they want instead is a puppet leader. So they will bring in the former...
As if that's worse than the fucking Ayatollah, you fucking idiot.
Shah, a king, a dictator who will do everything that Israel wants, and then the Iranian people will revolt against him, and then we'll go through this cycle again and again and again. This is literally how we got to the Ayatollah, by us imposing a Shah upon them. So that
Netanyahu needs to be in jail? No, you need to stop being a faggot. Get the fuck out of my chat. You're banned.
That is a disastrous idea. Do not go into this war. Anti-war means anti-war. War is not peace. George Orwell was a genius.
Okay. Goldie Gamara, you were pulling a number of faces there, none of which I would describe as particularly indicating an agreement with what Cenk was saying. So what would you like to say?
First of all, Cenk is not Iranian, so he has no idea what's going on in occupied Iran. Pretty sure Cenk doesn't speak Persian either, so he probably has no idea what the tens of millions... no, actually, it's Persian. Persian is the English word for Farsi. So don't correct me when I'm speaking and don't interrupt me. I let you speak your garbage jihadi Islamist propaganda.
Oh, he tried to sound smart. Oh, this is great.
You should know your native language,
You
though,
do
if you're
not. You
pretending to
do
be
not
an
get to
expert.
talk over me. You do not get to talk
Oh
over
my
me
God,
or
what an
interrupt me
idiot.
when I'm speaking on behalf of 90 million Iranians who are out in the streets right now fighting for their lives.
You're not
And
speaking on behalf of all Iranians.
You speak. Yes, I am. You speak about how the bombings
When
or
did
whatever.
they elect you?
Why are you speaking over me? Why are you speaking over me? Are you threatened by what I'm about to say? Is that why you want to interrupt me? I suggest you keep your mouth
No,
shut
because you're pretending
until
to
I'm done
represent people
speaking.
that never elected you.
Well, let
But
her
go ahead.
speak. Cheng, with all respect, she'll
Oh
let
my
you speak.
God.
Let her respond.
Yeah, I let you speak your garbage propaganda, so now it's my turn to speak the truth. So do not interrupt me again. So like I was saying, Pierce, Iranians right now are literally risking their lives out there, and they are saying this is the final battle. Pahlavi will return. Pahlavi is, of course, the current Shah of Iran in exile. And what people don't know is that back in 1979, that it's not actually a revolution. It was an Islamic coup d'etat. It was orchestrated by Jimmy Carter, or sorry, actually, no, it was orchestrated by the Islamists and the communists, and it was funded and supported by Jimmy Carter, the UK, and France. So what is happening right now? This is Iranians trying to...
Jimmy Carter was one of the worst U.S. presidents of all fucking time. That guy was a complete and utter fucktard. Just unimaginably fucking stupid. Retard. Let me see.
Trump says it's Norway's fault that Trump is toying with the idea of taking Greenland by force, because they refuse to give him a Nobel Peace Prize.
He's just a retard, dude. Considering your country decided not to give me the Nobel Peace Prize for having stopped 8 wars, no longer feel an obligation. He's just mentioning this because, like, again, he's like a retarded, weird, narcissistic, vindictive idiot. So, like, this is only one thing that just popped into his brain. They didn't respect him in some way, you know, from his point of view, and now he's just mentioning something that annoyed him. And again, like, this is why he's lashing out in this weird way. Thanks for the donation, though, retard.
A few months later and there are still pro-Palestine morons coming to your chat. When will they ever give up?
Oh, dude, it's so bad. After that debate I had with Destiny the other day, fucktards from his chat started messaging me on Instagram and leaving comments. And they literally do... His audience literally does not understand anything about politics and can't even follow, like, a basic conversation. They were accusing me of being a MAGA cultist because I thought the invasion of Venezuela was a good idea on the basis of national security, stopping the spread of fascism, communism, and Islamic Jihad. Like, apparently those are all MAGA-specific ideological beliefs. Like, they're just fucking retarded. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
rectify, and they are rectifying 47-year mistake that was made. And what Iranians are saying is that we are going out and we are not going to stop fighting until we not only overthrow the Islamic dictatorship, but we return our king, because there is only one person that we Iranians trust to transition us from a dictatorship to a democracy, and that is His Royal Highness. And one final point, Iran was not an authoritarian dictatorship prior to 1970.
Grey Knight Donatillers took a screenshot of what I think Random Vids is trying to send you. My god, palatards are just two-face. Why are you not pro-Palestine anymore? Sorry, but we can't let Israel win. It's okay if some Iranian will pay the price for a free Palestine. I can live with it. Jeez. Wow. It's all about hating Jews. That's all it's about. They don't care about spreading democracy and peace and protecting people. They will sacrifice as many lives as they can just to exterminate Jews. That's what it's all about. Thanks for the donation, though, Grey Knight.
1979. We were a constitutional monarchy, just like England. That is what we are fighting for. So anyone who says that Iran was an authoritarian dictatorship, they know nothing about the country, because we used to be a constitutional monarchy.
Today's show is sponsored by Veracity and their metabolic power protein. Let's be honest, life moves fast and regular meals sometimes don't have ears, so they know I sent you. Chuck Todd, welcome back to Uncensored. Happy New Year.
Thank you, sir.
There's a lot going on, Chuck. Someone said to me, wow, what a week to not...
This girl fucking smoked Jank.
...be protesters.
The protesters, Pierce, the millions of people that came to the streets yesterday, why did they come to the streets? It's because your narrative is nonsense.
Well, how many
Because
protesters
your
have been killed?
Your narrative.
How many
is a
protesters have been
fabrication.
killed?
I don't know the numbers.
You don't
but
know?
I do know that roughly 100 officers of the law have been murdered.
So you know how many people you believe have been killed on the regime side, but you have no idea how many people the regime's killed. Interesting.
You don't want me to talk because you're...
This guy, I hope this guy gets fucking executed once the revolution happens. Jeez. It'll be great watching that smug look just melt off that fucker's face.
5. Excellent. Strong. 6. Let's keep going. Come on. Pull. 7. 3 more to do. Pull. 2 more. Stretch. Contract. Pull. Come on. And again. Down and back. And we're moving close to the body like that. So we were primarily targeting the lats. Now we're going to shift to the upper back, right? So now we're going to do pull, and we're going to let the elbows come out, right? So now we're going to be working mid-trapezius.
You know, it's nice to see a woman who's based for once and hasn't brainwashed by TikTok.
Yeah, it's great. If only more women weren't complete and utter fucktards. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Just one boys and so on. More. You know, you don't totally isolate muscles in the back. They all work together to some degree, but I'm talking about emphasis, yeah? So. So we're going to let the shoulder girdle go forward. You see a lot of people do this, yeah? I don't want to do that. Keep the body here. Stretch. Stretch.
I think the pausing doesn't really make any sense. Especially when you're doing something unsupported, like it just ends up becoming so fucking difficult to progress a lift.
Okay.
Especially for something like back, you really don't need good form. What you really need is just really heavy weight and loading on your back to make it grow. You don't need this like weird perfect form where you pause at the top and shit like that.
Thumbless grip, full grip doesn't matter?
Doesn't matter. 3, 4,
Yeah,
5,
I still like
3
this
more.
variation. I gotta get a lat pull down bar.
6. Never see anyone fucking doing bent over razors anymore because they're all on machines, right? So let's do this. There's a bit more skill involved. Yeah. And they stay like that. They go there, they must go there, man. Just control more. Up.
Yeah, I like these.
Excellent.
That's a good exercise.
Can you sing this VGPLS? There are English subtitles for you to sing too. It is the Iran Revolution song.
Iran?
Sure, I can do that for you. Thanks for the donation, G.
غرق انقلاب است.
Our country, our history, has been altered and revised. It's as if our Mazda has embraced me in his light once more. I raise my voice again, regardless of suffering and encouragement. Iran is immersed in revolution. Push on, push on. Iran is immersed in revolution. Push on, push on, push on. Father and son, father and son. Rise and join us in this moment. Before the pain of our bitter experience kills us. Let wolves disguise themselves. Let wolves disguise themselves in sheep's clothing each century. Iran's Mexican Revolution. Push on, push on, push on. Iran is a Mexican Revolution. Push on, push on, push on. Workers and farmers, stand strong. In this time when divine power reigns upon you from all sides, so advance toward freedom from shore to shore. Iran is a Mexican Revolution. Push on, push on, push on. Iran is a Mexican Revolution. Push on, push on, push on. Rise up for defense, independence, and freedom. Let's break the back of oppression and build a prosperous Iran. To revive our national traditions from every religion and creed. Iran is a Mexican Revolution. Push on, push on, push on. Iran is a Mexican Revolution. Push on, push on, push on. It's kind of weird. So capiche in Persian is push on. Capiche in Italian is like get it or something. Until the day this revolution is complete. And we bathe in the light and happiness. No foreigners, no outsiders, no destructive advisors. Neither servants of power, nor sycophants, just Iranian comrades. With honor we rebuild our nation, for our children's sake. Iran is a Mexican Revolution. Push on, push on, push on. Okay, I fucking get it. This is going on forever. Thanks for the donation though, G. Poo donated $2. React to these. Franklin calls ICE on illegals.
¿Qué pasa? Marhaban. هل أنت بخير? No te enojes tanto. Hello, ICE? I got a bunch of fucking illegals here. One looks like it'll blow up an embassy or some shit. Hurry up. Get the fuck out of my country, asshole!
Yeah, Franklin the Turtle was lame as shit. I always thought he was a little bitch. Not even a fucking Ninja Turtle.
Women alive more. Like when they're convicted of crimes, obviously, not random acts of violence, but remember that in medieval times, I've said this on the show before, when women were witches, what happened to them? They were burned alive. Real phenomenon. And we stopped doing that, and then everything went out of control. You know, we said, oh, that was such a horrible tragedy. We really need to stop burning these women alive for cats. Need to go back to burning women alive more.
I don't know about that. Yeah, I've seen it. Who cares? Thanks for the donation, Pooh.
Must feel good.
Okay, a little bit heavier. Okay.
No need to pause at the top.
Nah,
Okay.
just get up.
Okay.
4, up.
Yeah, Dorian Yates has
That's it.
some
That's
good
it. That's
exercise
fucking it.
selection.
Did I earn the shirt?
Yeah, you can wear the shirt with
Yeah,
honor.
he says I earned the shirt.
Not a bad physique.
I can't tell whether or not Dorian put this on the back or whether or not my fans did it, but it says I think that's a message from the universe.
The idea is to say less and fucking do more. They call them stiff-legged deadlifts. Now they call them Romanian deadlifts. More or less.
I've seen you do them heavy.
I do that, and on back days I also used to do regular deadlifts or hyperextensions. Hyperextensions are great, and if your body weight's, you can do 20 or more, then you just put some extra. I use a bar behind my head for extra resistance. So the hyperextension is just isolating the spine area.
I'm surprised Huberman would agree to do that fucking video with the guy when he's literally a Nazi. Let's see.
Oh,
Catch the blade with the hands.
If I'm doing this. Did you see?
Today I'm watching the best and worst ninja movie scenes with a real ninjutsu expert. Oh, sorry, excuse me. Could you do it in English?
In English?
Because I don't think everyone understands Japanese.
Oh, yeah.
This is complete horseshit. There's no such thing as ninjutsu, and you'll notice all of these ninjutsu experts, they're like random white dudes. Show me a fucking ninjutsu school in Japan. You can find judo, jiu-jitsu, karate. Where's fucking ninjutsu?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Okay, yeah.
Hello, my name is Kasem Zugari. I have a PhD in Japanese studies and I work in classical martial art and ninjutsu, wrote many books and articles, and I work also for the Samurai Museum Berlin.
You want to go ahead and click start?
Yes.
Okay, let's go.
Let's go.
Oh, this looks
makes
great.
too much noise. The first thing about a ninja is to move in silence. This could be done with a rope. There is an art called Tori Nawa Jutsu or Hojo Jutsu, which is a way you use a rope in the art of fighting. Oh, no, no. I mean, first ninja in red, ninja in yellow.
Oh, it's like...
It's kind of weird how he says in the art of fighting. This is clearly to bind prisoners. So if you have somebody captured and you want them restrained, these are to just keep somebody restrained. Not to use a rope when you're fighting. What are you going to do with a rope when you're fighting somebody? It's rope.
An art called Tori Nawa Jutsu, where you use a rope fighting. Oh, no, no. I mean, first ninja in red, ninja in yellow.
Oh, it's like belt colors in karate.
Yes, but I don't think it exists at all. They will always wear the costumes of the place they're going to infiltrate. So they need to blend.
That's a karate kata.
Yes.
It looks like Basai Dai or...
I mean, for, of course, artistic reason, you need something that can impress people, so why not? Why not? The idea of taking the sword on the back like that,
right?
For sure, man.
They didn't do that?
Carrying the sword on the back that exists, you know, for a long march, you can hold it in a certain way, but it's unpractical. Plus, by doing this, you are
You're opening up, yeah.
Oh,
what was that?
Using the gun powder.
Yeah.
Exists in Japan already in the 10th century, come from China. Using a lot of powder, you know, for set a fire and create diversion.
This brings attention.
Too much attention.
Yeah.
Now, bring attention somewhere in order to do something from another direction. This is pretty much what every martial art, every strategist will use it. Oh, did you see that?
He disappeared.
He did a kuji, for example, when you go to war, in order that you're not touched by any kind of disaster, to not be touched by illness.
It's like a magic spell.
Alors, magic, no, because it's not...
But he disappeared. It looks like...
yeah, he disappeared, but that's the thing. But historically, it's not this. It's a very, very, let's say, serious thing. It's a way also to boost in a certain way your faith, in a certain way to believe something. Also, if you have to take care of someone who's sick, you're going to do something like that. There is a kiai that goes with it. Then you do a certain massage or acupressure. So that's what is it. Now, this, no. Shuko, right? Or tekagi. And you have to fight with some man like this. And he's punching you and you're doing that.
Right.
Instead of going right away here, moving. Plus, imagine when you get stick on it, it's very difficult to remove it.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it's funny. Today, like a lot of the time, Jesse Enkamp, he'll spar with people. You know. They're just reacting to fucking videos.
Oh. So here, for example,
all of these ninjutsu people are complete and utter frauds. Like, just look at the way this guy is built. Does this look like a guy who does martial arts? He's like some fucking fat LARPer. Ah, look at me. I am a ninja. I wear black gi and I have a ninja tool. I am so cool and awesome. I do ninjutsu like a real ninja. Like this guy does not do martial arts. You're not gonna have a rotund body shape like this. And yeah, sure enough, he does no sparring whatsoever with Jesse. What a surprise. This fucking just retarded.
Are you okay?
Oh no.
Split second. That's all the time it takes for an accident to happen. And that may be all the time you have to react correctly. 1 split second.
But would you know what to do to save your own child's life in that moment of crisis?
Hello, I'm Corbin Burnson.
And I'm Amanda Pays.
But to our 3 children, we're known as Mom and Dad. Our kids rely on us as parents to protect them. And that's why the next hour is especially important. This is a program about what all of us can do to help our children live safer lives. Accidents killed nearly 20,000 children last year and seriously injured more than 6 million. Many of these accidents could have been avoided.
How many times have you heard someone say, I turned away for just a second, but a second is all it takes for tragedy to strike?
No running in the house. I said no running in the house.
Honey, could you help me with this for a second? And hurry, okay? They're gonna be here any second.
Oh, I know what's gonna happen. Oh, this is gonna be hilarious.
What would you do right now?
Thanks, Mom. You dumb bitch. Just killed your kid. Probably has his wrist slashed open by the glass.
Oh, no, you're not. Give me those keys. Leave me alone.
The issue is teen driving.
My head. I'm a good driver, Dad.
It causes collisions between parents and teens before they ever get behind the wheel. So Liberty Mutual created a teen driving video. Helps open doors and minds. Pick up the video at your local Liberty office. So everyone's safer on the road and at home. Liberty Mutual, facing the issues that face our customers.
Oh, hi. You know, this... Much. It's ready.
Sarah wasn't there Sunday.
See, now... Brian!
Your child has just run through a plate glass window.
How do you prevent a bad situation from getting worse? The next few seconds are critical.
Brian!
That guy actually said he was self-taught? Yeah, he's... What a LARPing dork.
What happened?
Take it, call 911 to get the first aid kit.
With broken glass, there's always the potential for deep cuts and severe bleeding. After getting the child to a safe place away from the broken glass, lie him down and elevate his arm if possible. Once you've identified what looks like serious bleeding, apply firm pressure to the wound. Pressing firmly on the wound is the key.
You're pushing the glass deeper into my arm.
To stopping the bleeding. Use a clean cloth or towel if available. Don't remove the cloth, and if blood soaks through, add another one. To keep the bandages in place, just roll gauze around the entire area.
It's okay, sweetie. You're okay. The bleeding will eventually stop when a clot forms, but this may take quite a while, especially if an artery is severed. Don't peek at the wound once you've begun pressing down on it. That will interrupt the clot and just start the bleeding all over again. Keep the pressure on until medical help arrives. If you have large glass doors or windows, put decals on them so people will know when they're closed. Even safety glass can result in some serious cuts. And just in case you think this was a freak incident, serious accidents in the home, including ones like this, occur every 5 seconds. And that doesn't include the non-serious stuff.
In an emergency, the first actions you take can make a critical difference in the outcome. But remember, every situation is unique. So the actions you need to take may differ from what you'll see here. What's important to keep in mind is that so many accidents can be prevented.
We all love to spend time in the kitchen. Hey, that's where the food is. Unfortunately, it can also be the most dangerous room in the house. There's potential for just about every kind of disaster you can think of.
This might be good.
Knives, broken glass, tin can lids, cleaning solutions, slippery floors, and fire.
Those smell good.
I think I make the best pancakes in the family.
I think you're right, but I think this one needs to be flipped.
Hey, Mom, I can do it myself.
Sorry. I'm gonna go set the table.
They're almost ready.
Oh, there's a brand new bottle of maple syrup there on the counter.
Oh, okay.
I really hope she catches fire.
Okay, I'll get it.
Yes! Yes!
The action you take in the next split second could change this child's life forever. What do you do?
Get on the floor!
Stop, drop, and roll,
The
bitch!
first thing to do is make your child drop and roll. Don't let them run. This effectively puts out the blaze, and you want those flames extinguished as soon as possible. Next, run cool water at a low pressure on the burned area for at least 10 to 15 minutes or until help arrives. Faucets, showers, garden hoses, anything handy will do. A burn can also be cooled by submerging it in cool water for 10 minutes.
Stay there. Keep it under the water. Keep it under the water.
Then, once the situation is controlled, call emergency services or your pediatrician. This child needs immediate medical attention. And while waiting for paramedics to arrive, there are several things not to do. Don't put butter, grease, ointments, or ice on the burn. This only increases tissue damage. Do not break blisters that may have formed, and do not try to remove clothing stuck to the burn.
Burns are dangerous because the skin is there for a reason. It helps keep germs out of the inside of our body. When the skin is burned away, germs have relatively...
This doctor looks really creepy. Skin is really important for the body. That's why I like to take people's skin and wear it on my face.
Germs out of the inside of our body. When the skin is burned away, germs have relatively easy access to our bodies, and this can result in an overwhelming infection. Small superficial burns can be managed at home simply by keeping the wound clean. If there's any sign of an infection, redness, tenderness, increasing pain, then you really should get immediate medical attention. Anything larger than a small superficial burn is ideally managed in conjunction with your physician or emergency room. It's ideal to train your children to respond appropriately in case of a fire. The natural reaction of a child when confronted with a house fire is to hide in a closet or under a bed. And you should train your children to exit the house and to meet you at a predetermined location. The natural reaction of a child to being on fire is to run, which only fans the flames. And so it's important to train your children to stop, drop, and roll.
More than 2 million people burn themselves every year, many of them children. Cooking fires and scalding water are the major culprits. But the tragedy is that many of these burns could have been prevented by a few simple measures. I can't say this enough. Children should not be left unsupervised around fire implements. This includes matches, lighters, candles, and kitchen stoves. Even when you're cooking, keep pan handles turned into the stove and use back burners so children...
BTW, just so you are aware, that lady who you just watched with Jenk is a Canadian Iranian who also previously served at state level, I think. Got kicked out by Doug Ford for meeting with Tommy Robinson.
Jesus. Why in the fuck would Doug Ford, of all people, have a problem with that? He must have gotten pressured by some other, like, fucktards.
You know, Madam Speaker, when my parents immigrated to Canada in 1986, I was a year old. And the reason that they immigrated to Canada from Iran is because in 1979 there was an Islamic revolution, and our once free and democratic country was taken over by radical Islamists, was taken over by terrorists, and was taken over by fascists who actually executed over 40,000 communists in the late 80s. And so my parents escaped in 1986 because they wanted to live in a free and democratic society. And I was a year old at the time. And we were blessed to be able to come to Canada to escape that hatred, to escape that radical, fundamentalist, Islamo-fascist ideology. And that's the same regime, Madam Speaker, that denies the Holocaust. That's the same regime that spreads anti-Semitic information and propaganda, not just inside the Islamic regime of Iran, but around the world, and through its proxies, like Hamas and Hezbollah and others. And so when we came to Canada, my parents raised myself and my younger sister, always telling us how blessed we are to be Canadian, and we should always put Canada first. Never forget your heritage, never forget your culture, never forget your background, but always remember that you are first and foremost a proud Canadian. And what that means, Madam Speaker, is you come here to embrace culture and diversity and accept people for who they are, and you leave the problems of your home country behind. Now,
yeah, and when you let all the Muslims and immigrants in with the fucking temporary work bullshit, they bring their problems here.
doesn't mean you can't speak up, Madam Speaker. It doesn't mean you can't attend rallies and protests. I do it all the time in support of the people of Iran who are fighting for freedom and democracy against the brutal and terrorist Islamic regime in Iran. But what I don't do, Madam Speaker, I don't go to protests calling for genocide. I don't attend protests where I say from the river to the sea, and I can't even finish that sentence because it is abhorrent and vile. And to anyone who says these are peace rallies,
no, they're not.
It's appalling that I have to put this in Hansard, but it needs to be done so that the world will always remember what these hate rallies were about. This is a message from the Palestinian youth movement. One day after the horrific October 7 genocidal massacre of 1,400 innocent Jewish people. And it says, Toronto, all out for Palestine. Join us Monday, October 9th at 2 p.m. An unprecedented series of events has taken place by our heroic resistance in Gaza, with over 30 Zionist hostages captured, the fall of settlements surrounding Gaza, and the prison break that destroyed the fence that has been entrapping Gazans for over 17 years. The resistance's offensive attack has shaped a new precedent for our national liberation struggle, and we remain steadfast in our right to resist by any means necessary. We call on our people in the far diaspora in Toronto to uplift and honor our resistance and our martyrs. Join us this Monday, October 9 at 2 p.m. at Nathan Phillips Square and celebrate our steps closer to liberation. Shameful. Shame.
Yeah, she's fucking based. That's really gay that Doug Ford kicked her out for meeting with Tommy Robinson. Like, give me a fucking break. His brother was a fucking crack addict. Like, it's insane. Thanks for the donation there, Jay.
Can't bump or grab the pans. Store matches safely. Watch children around space heaters and fireplaces.
Finally, one of the most common causes.
Oh, this one looks funny.
When it has wheels.
Hey, Josh, let's race! Hey, no fair, you started first.
Honey, we're gonna be late.
Okay, I'm sorry, I forgot to lock the door.
Yeah, I know. Well, you know, we should have been there 20 minutes ago. Every time we're always late.
Sorry.
We're
Okay,
always late.
Let's go. I'm sorry. Hey, look down!
Aw, damn it, now we're gonna be even more late. Fucking stupid kid.
Are you okay?
Oh no. Oh no. Let's move him out of the street.
No, don't move him.
Move him, don't move him. This is one of the most critical split-second decisions a parent could ever make for a kid.
Don't move him. Go in the house and call 911.
If someone has hit his head hard enough to lose consciousness, you have to assume he could have a serious head or neck injury.
It's okay, he's still breathing.
And moving someone whose neck is injured could result in complete and permanent paralysis. Do not move him. Simply hold his head still, keep his airway open, and make sure he's breathing. Kids bump their heads all the time, and usually it's not serious. But some head injuries that may seem minor can become serious. Following an injury, children should be observed for a day or two. Watch for signs like persistent drowsiness, persistent headache, a change in behavior, nausea, or blurred vision. If you notice any of these, call your pediatrician immediately.
I saw a really fucked up mountain bike accident where this kid like landed on his head after doing like a fucking 20-foot jump. And he got up and he was acting normal. And then a few minutes later, he said some weird shit and then he passed out. Turned out he broke his neck, and from moving around and stuff, the nerve in his spine ended up getting severed, and he was a fucking quad.
Last year, over 500,000 kids were treated in emergency rooms for bike-related injuries. Plus, there were over 600 bike-related fatalities, most of them from head injuries. While many of the accidents may not have been the kids' fault, helmets could have prevented 85% of these head injuries.
Darling! Hey, guys, check this out. Ew, sick! James, guys, I got something better. Watch this.
Oh,
That's sick!
gross, dude. That's disgusting.
I'll eat this whole hot dog in 10 seconds. Oh, no way!
He's gonna choke.
Watch!
What?
Do that.
Oh, that's gross.
Oh, disgusting. Chris? You all right? Chris!
This boy could die in the next few minutes. Can you prevent it? This is a basic life-saving technique everyone should learn, often called the Heimlich maneuver. Reach around the victim from behind. Place your fist between his navel and the bottom of his breastbone. Grab your wrist with your hand and pull sharply inward and up. Do it again and again until...
I've had to do the Heimlich maneuver on someone once. It's pretty funny. You hear a weird, loud pop. It's kind of like when you open up a cork bottle that's like pressurized when they like spit out whatever the hell they were choking on.
Until the object is coughed up. Watch again. Everyone can do this.
When we see a baby choking, is to hit him on the back.
Possible and
what's this one?
We've been hiking.
Oh, I don't know, couple hours.
Ah, the great outdoors. What could possibly happen on a nice family outing?
Are you sure this is the right path?
Positive. Car's just over that next ridge.
I think that's 2 ridges, honey.
Whatever.
How much longer do you think that will be? An hour?
Oh, less than that.
59 minutes?
Honey!
You're miles from help. What do you do?
Wait a second. Wait.
Well, you can always have another kid.
First, don't become a casualty yourself. Be extremely careful going down any steep or rugged terrain.
Where does it hurt?
My leg!
From the pain and swelling in her leg, you suspect a broken bone.
Yeah, she's probably just faking it. Women just tell lies and bullshit all the time for attention. Just tell her to get up.
There's no obvious bleeding, but blood vessels could be torn inside. Make her as comfortable as possible and support the injured limb.
I think it might be broken.
Okay, should I go for help?
It's always better to get help to the victim rather than to try to move the victim towards help.
Yeah, there's a ranger station about 2 miles back the other way.
Okay.
Give me your sweater.
Got it.
While waiting for help to come, it's better not to move a victim who may have a broken bone. If you have to move a victim, immobilize the area by keeping the injured part from moving, and that can be tricky. If help is nearby, simply keep the victim as comfortable as possible and don't move any injured limbs or body parts.
Skip that part.
Sunday. Invites you to least with Christ Sunday.
Just position it like this, and you'll be ready to cultivate, loose...
Night at 11 here on New...
Something real cool.
Last year, over
Oh, is this a
1.2
gun?
million children had access to
Oh, they're gonna shoot themselves with a gun.
this deadly hazard.
Look at this.
Yes.
Real.
Oh my god. Oh, this is hilarious.
My dad doesn't put any bullets in it. Stick 'em up. Pow! Take that, you dirty thing. Pow! Take that, pow! Hey, Corey, can I have a turn?
This child has been shot.
Oh,
Make a
yes.
split-second decision. What?
Oh, that's so great. What a fucking dumbass kid. Why wouldn't you check if it was loaded? I knew how to use guns when I was, like, around this age. Why wouldn't you just check if it was fucking loaded? Like, it's a revolver, too. You can see if there's fucking rounds in the chamber. That kid's fucking stupid, and that's an Asian kid. You know that kid's fucking retarded. If an Asian does that...
What do you do?
Oh, no.
The first thing, as we learned earlier...
Oh, what you do? You dishonor our family. You get B+ in math and now you do this? That's it, you moving back with your uncle in China.
With any kind of serious bleeding, apply direct, firm pressure to the wound. Then make sure the child is lying flat on the floor and try to make them as comfortable as possible.
Corey, get the phone.
Call for emergency help immediately. Even wounds that appear to be minor can be worse than they look.
911.
The bullet often causes nerve, bone, or artery damage.
Hello. Yes, we have emergency. Yes, a 6-year-old child shot with a gun.
In most firearm situations, the children aren't as lucky as this child was. The majority of gunshot wounds end up in a child's stomach, chest, spine, or head. Surviving that kind of injury is very difficult. If you must have a gun in your house, please keep it locked up.
Oh yeah, there's dumbass adults who even do this shit. It's fucking crazy.
Keep the safety latch on. Remove your bullets and lock them in a different location. And if an accident does happen, get medical help, no matter how minor the wound looks.
In case of an emergency, the last thing you want to be doing is tearing through your house looking for phone books or dialing wrong numbers. The solution is simple: an emergency phone list. Just collect the most important numbers together and permanently post them near every phone in the house and in your first aid kit. The most important number to remember is your local
Encounter with a creature responsible for more deaths in this country than any other animal. And this is totally preventable.
Oh, sweet. Are they gonna get bitten by a dog?
Oh, good. Oh, you blocked it, man.
For many people, this creature's sting is more deadly than a black
Aw, damn it. I was hoping they'd get mauled by a dog.
widow spider.
Oh, touchdown. You ready? Yeah. Oh, sorry. Aw, man. Oh, sorry. Keep on going. Jeez. I could have caught that any day.
He swallowed a bee?
The longer he waits to get help, the stronger the reaction and the more dangerous the situation.
I don't know. What's going on with James? James?
This is something worse than your average bee sting. It's a severe allergic reaction to the bee's venom.
Oh, honey, what happened?
In some cases,
Imagine being that much of a fucking pussy that you get stung by a fucking bee and you die. Like, that kid's just weak. Like, it's like the people who fucking die from eating peanut butter. You're just fucking pathetic.
it can be lethal. So the speed of your actions could make the difference.
Okay, sweetie, come on.
First, if you can find it, remove the stinger by scraping it off with your fingernail. If you squeeze the stinger, you can push more venom inside. Next, hold something cold against the wound. If you have a bee sting kit, use it as soon as possible. Doctors prescribe them for people with known allergies to insect stings. They contain a dose of adrenaline, which can stop the reaction for up to 30 minutes. That's time enough to take them to the emergency room or for emergency medical services to arrive.
How do you know your child is having a life-threatening reaction? Well, if he's having any trouble breathing, or if there's any swelling around his mouth, tongue, or throat, or if he starts itching anywhere else but the site of the sting, chances are it's an allergic reaction. If you don't have a bee sting kit, call emergency medical services immediately and tell them it's an allergic reaction to a bee sting.
Sort of bump or bruise. So
The Iranian state TV showed part of the interview between that lady and Jenkon Piers Morgan. But they had to blur out her chest because her dress line was too R-rated for the Islamic Republic. Also she says Marondi is the Iranian Joseph Goebbels. Based.
That's pretty hilarious. It's weird how, like, gay Muslims are, even though they say they hate gays. Ah, titties. Like, just proves to you Muslims are fucking gay retards. But yeah, she's fucking based. Thanks for the donation, G.
Let's take a look at some normal everyday kid stuff and see if you know how to handle it.
How familiar is this scene?
Are you okay? Honey, are you okay? Let me see.
First of all, tip the head forward, not back. We know it sounds like gravity is against you, but if the nosebleed is bad, tipping back can force the blood down the airway. And squeezing the nostrils for at least 10 minutes can often stop the bleeding.
Ow!
Abrasions are the mainstay of childhood accidents. Scrapes just need the debris cleaned off them, and they should be washed with soap and water.
I want to see a kid getting mauled by a dog.
Compelling.
Or at least
Lesson
run over
one.
again or something.
Shoot, I can't believe I forgot that. Can you stay right here, okay? I'll be right back.
Oh, here we go. This is a typical one with women.
Children watch everything we do. They learn
Stay
by
there.
copying. Unfortunately, sometimes they learn too well.
Yeah, that's right. Don't put on the handbrake like a dumb bitch.
Lesson 1. Never leave a child alone in the car. In a split second, he and everyone around him can be in danger. But there are many ways a car can be a killer in the briefest amount of time.
Okay, you guys stay right there. I'll be right back, okay?
It's a hot day,
The fuck? This kid is ugly as shit.
and he'll be right back. But in the meantime, these kids are powerless to escape.
That is one of the ugliest kids I've ever fucking seen in my life. Where the fuck did they find this freak?
Let me say this again.
Jesus
Never leave a
Christ.
child alone in a car. In the summertime, it can heat
Ew,
up
it's
like
like
an
a
oven, and
potato.
the child can become all this just because you were trying to save it. This is the official child seat.
All through. Good, good. All right, we're gonna do the rush the net drill. Rush forward, fall back. Are you ready? Go.
Oh, this looks hilarious.
Stop, back. Forward, back. Come on, move those feet. I want to see you moving. Come on, no slacking. Forward, back. Come on, keep moving, keep moving.
I thought she was
This
gonna get
child
hit in
has
the throat or
asthma.
something.
Her entire upper airway is swelling up and making it impossible for her to breathe. What do you do?
Dude, I had this when I was a kid. I had fucking asthma, and when I do intense exercise, my airway would completely close, and I'd be like I could barely breathe, like no air would get through. My parents didn't believe me because it would happen when I was like in hockey practice, and I wouldn't want to lose. So like if I was like racing somebody or something, like doing a drill and I had to like beat somebody or something, I just didn't want to lose. So I just keep going, not being able to breathe like for a couple minutes. And because, because like they saw me literally out skating everybody while I couldn't fucking breathe, they thought I was just making it up or something, and they're like, "Oh no, you're just like, you're just tired and getting winded from like skating so hard." And I'm like, "No, I literally can't breathe." They wouldn't like, bring me to the doctor and give me asthma medication, and every so often, like I'd be in hockey and I'd be like fucking struggling to breathe, but I'd still outskate everybody. And I almost died one time. It was in the summertime. I was riding my bike and my airway just completely closed, and I just sat down, passed out, and then I woke up, I think a few minutes later. I thought I was just going to die from suffocating finally. Elon Musk donated $2. Do you daily inject your test versus 1 or 2 bigger doses a week? Yeah, I daily inject. What are you taking per week? It's 267 milligrams per week. I'm a non-competitive guy looking to enhance without going full beast mode. So I was thinking 20 milligrams a day, indefinitely. Thoughts? Yeah, that's a good starting point. Most people will be fine there. And for most people, that should probably put you around 1,000 nanograms per deciliter serum test. Thanks for the donation, Elon Musk.
10 million Americans have asthma, which means ticklish lungs. It's usually an allergic reaction to something in the environment. Most often dust mites, mold, and animal danders inside houses or plant pollens outside. But you can also get it from exercise. Whichever way you get it, an acute asthma attack is life-threatening.
Chelsea? Chelsea?
Number 1.
I'm not zooted. I didn't take any weed today.
Don't panic. If you have a prescription inhaler, also called a bronchodilator, give the child 2 puffs.
Just tell her she's lying. She's fine. She's just out of shape and needs to run more.
Close together. If the child doesn't respond, repeat the treatment again.
That's literally what my parents did.
Number 2. If she still can't breathe any better after
I could
5
have
minutes,
fucking died.
or she seems to be less responsive, call emergency medical services. The rule is, if you think she might need an ambulance or emergency medical help, just do it. Don't waste valuable time worrying if it's a real emergency or not.
Pins. Plastic cup.
Continue.
I heard anti-regime element managed to hack the Iranian state TV for a full 10 minutes playing pro-Shah content about freedom act, then hacked it again later. LMFAO, the urge couldn't turn it off lol.
That's funny. Yeah, it seems like they lost any and all legitimacy. They're going down. Thanks for the donation, though, G. That's fucking great to see.
This is a video of light traveling through a bottle at 250 billion frames per second. And here's that same video, but now with the camera moving. You can see it sweeps across the scene faster than the laser pulse itself, which means this camera must be traveling faster than light. So how is this possible? Well, in this video, I want to show you 3 unusual ways of stopping time, and what you can see if you just keep slowing down. From a century-old technique that still beats modern slow-mo cameras, all the way to a massive quadrillion frames per second camera that captures electrons whizzing around molecules. By the 1920s, electric motors were the new standard for powering factories and mills. But many of these motors also came with a flaw. They were sensitive to fluctuations in the electrical grid. A power surge, like from a lightning strike, made them behave unpredictably. So one MIT engineer named Harold Doc Edgerton set out to find a solution. He had a setup that could induce these power surges in a lab. But no matter what he tried, Edgerton just couldn't see what was going on with the motors, because the machines would spin too fast for the human eye to see. And cameras at the time offered no help. Their exposure times were too slow, so any photograph of a running motor would come out blurry. But one day, Edgerton noticed that every time he triggered a power surge, his equipment gave off a bright flash of light. And when that flash hit the motor, the moving parts appeared to stand perfectly still, as if frozen in time. Which gave him an idea. He could turn off all the lights in the room, set up a camera, and leave the shutter open. And since there was no light, no image would form on the film. But then, if he could illuminate the motor with a very brief and very bright flash, like the ones his equipment gave off, well then he would get a sharp photograph. All Edgerton needed was a way to reliably create these flashes. So he started by using a high voltage power source to load electrons onto a capacitor, where they piled up onto one of the plates. But because there was an insulator slotted between the two sides, the electrons couldn't just jump to the positive side to balance out the charges. The only way for them to get there would be to travel through the rest of the circuit. And the circuit was intentionally designed so that electrons would have to cross a glass tube filled with a non-conducting gas, like argon or xenon. On their own, they would not have the energy to get through that gas. So Edgerton added a trigger that sent a high voltage pulse through a wire wrapped around the tube. And the electric field from that pulse would rip electrons off the gas atoms inside the chamber, ionizing the gas and turning it into a conductor. In that instant, the charge stored in the capacitor would surge through, heating the gas to around 10,000 Kelvin, nearly twice as hot as the surface of the sun. This would produce a very bright and very brief flash of light, lasting just 10 microseconds. Then the electrons would recombine with the gas atoms, stopping the current, and the circuit would go dark again. This was Edgerton's strobe. By the early 1930s, he was eager to test it outside the lab. So he packed up a strobe and hit the road with his wife. When he saw a random factory, he pulled over, got inside the nearest phone booth, and called up the factory's president and asked him something like, "Do you happen to have any motors in there that don't work right? I'd like to show you something." More often than not, he ended up inside, setting up the strobe next to one of the motors. The workers would watch as Edgerton froze the motor in time, allowing them to take sharp pictures of the gears in motion.
Edgerton isn't the first to make a strobe. Rather, he took new bits of technology that existed so that he could make a better strobe, a strobe that was brighter, shorter flash duration. But he was not unique in that. There were lots of electrical engineers in the world at that time who could have done that.
No, what Edgerton uniquely brought to the table was his eye for photography.
He took photos of synchronous motors, and I think in part because he just thought synchronous motors were cool. One day, he showed his wife the 300th photo of a synchronous motor, and she said, "Harold, can't you take a picture of something a little more interesting?"
And so he did. Tennis balls pancaked against the racket, hummingbirds frozen in time.
He was one of the first to really start using strobes to communicate what's happening at these timescales we can't see. He would do this through like Life magazine, National Geographic magazines. These magazines in the 30s, 40s were essentially the social media influencers of the day.
He just had this eye for composition.
Most of these pictures were taken in the 1930s. And yeah, it seems easy enough to swing a racket, and it's easy enough to press a button on the strobe. But how do you time the strobe to go off exactly as the racket hits the tennis ball?
That is the million-dollar question, right? You have a strobe
again.
that turns on and off in 0.5 millionth of a second. That's nice. How do you get it to go up the right 0.5 millionth of a second? Because there are a lot of them.
Right, yeah.
And the answer is we use sound.
So we're going to try and recreate one of Edgerton's photos, popping a balloon and freezing it in time.
Is it okay if we walk through the setup?
I think that would make perfect sense. Why don't you blow up a balloon? Step one is you set up the experiment, or in this case, the performer. And the next thing you want to do is frame the image.
So you're framing.
Elon Musk donated $2 an enthate propionate cypionate. You don't want to go with either an enthate or cypionate. Propionate is very short acting and only has like something like a 9-hour half-life or some shit. And the post-injection pain is horrendous. So you're not going to want to pin that every day, and it's also not going to be as anabolic. You might find test propionate increases your libido more than an enthate or cypionate, which may not be something that's desirable, because if you're taking test, it can send your libido like through the fucking roof where it's annoying. So an enthate or cypionate doesn't really matter. A lot of people prefer cypionate because they claim there's less post-injection pain. I think it has more to do with the carrier oil. I haven't really noticed a difference with post-injection pain. They're both really smooth, and I don't get any post-injection pain from either. An enthate is it is a shorter-acting ester. So if you're injecting daily, you are going to see a little bit more of a fluctuation than with cypionate, which is going to be a bit more flat. But those fluctuations might actually be preferable. It seems like that might actually have a benefit for your libido, because I have noticed on the same dose of test and enthate, my libido is a bit higher. So you can try both esters, see what you prefer. But it doesn't really matter. I'm doing my research, but at the beginning stages of it, I'm not jumping into anything just yet. Dr. Todd Lee is saying with 20 milligram daily dosing, you won't need to take anything else. Like, all you take is test. Yeah, right now I'm taking is testosterone. I'm not taking growth hormone right now because I got really bad carpal tunnel, and I'm still recovering from that. But all I'm taking right now is test, especially at 20 milligrams, like in all likelihood, especially if you're not overweight, you're not going to need an AI. Thanks for the donation, though, Elon Musk.
Now, before the balloon pops, to get focus and all these
Exactly.
things.
If you can't get a good photo with nothing happening, adding the motion will not help. And so the next step will be to get the strobe in the right spot. Now the strobe is set up with a trigger unit with a microphone, and when a sharp sound hits the microphone, the trigger unit sends a signal to set off the strobe. We're going to turn the lights out, and then we're going to open the shutter of the camera.
Interesting.
But there won't be an image because the room will be dark. And I will say 3, 2, 1, pop, and when I say pop, pop the balloon with an upward motion. And when the sound from the pop hits the mic, after a minor delay, the strobe will fire. The camera will capture that image for the 1/100,000th of a second it's lit. All right, we ready? Lights out, please. And 3, 2, 1, pop. Lights. Oh, there you go. Oh, you look very, do not mess with this man. Nope.
Oh, it's awesome. You can see inside the balloon. That's really cool. Okay, here's another photo we took. Can you guess what this is? This.
Notice
how powerful strobe photography was. He attracted some unexpected attention.
In 1939, a U.S. major named George Goddard walked into Edgerton's lab unannounced. He was working in the Army's photographic lab, developing ways to photograph enemy movements from a plane during the nighttime.
The old way of doing a night reconnaissance photograph was to fly over the site at high altitude and drop a flare on a parachute. And then the reconnaissance plane had to fly in under the flare where it would be silhouetted, where you could shoot at it.
Big problem.
Right, so totally exposed.
Goddard wanted a safer way, so he asked Edgerton whether he could develop a strobe powerful enough to illuminate the ground from a plane that was a mile or so up in the sky. A strobe that would be bright enough to take a reconnaissance photo. Edgerton pulled out some paper, did a few calculations, and said, "We can do that." The flash released about 60,000 joules in a single millisecond, a peak power of roughly 60 megawatts, which is comparable to the output of a large solar farm.
1, 2, 3, push.
Yeah.
The flash lamp was quickly utilized in World War II, and it allowed the Allies to take pictures of Normandy the night before D-Day. This way, they could confirm the German troops were unprepared for the attack.
I didn't know that.
It's hard to ignore just how sharp these strobe photos are, especially the ones Edgerton took in the 1930s. So we got a research-grade slow-mo camera from 2020 that shoots at 20,000 FPS, and we're gonna compare its quality to Edgerton's technique by shooting a bullet through a playing card. So let's do the slow-mo camera first.
3, 2, 1. Let's see the video. Oh.
It's great to see how long the top part, which is now levitating, stays.
Is now heavy, yeah.
Okay, and now let's do the same with Edgerton's method.
Lights going out.
I would
Shutter.
show Gum Gum, but he's
3.
He is sleeping right now, so I don't want to move him. He's a little cuddle bug. Oh, he's all curled up. He's like a big pizza dough. Oh, I love him. He's my cuddly baby. He's so soft. Oh my god. This is the nicest cat.
2, 1.
Okay, I think I saw it. That's cool.
Wow.
Your focus is amazing. The edge of the card is beautiful. You see this ghost effect? There's like card here.
You do see the ghost effect, and that's because you opened the shutter and it was a second or two before I actually fired the gun. There's enough stray light in the room to give you a faint exposure there.
Also, we still used a microphone to time the bullet, even though it's faster than sound.
So here's the gun, it fires, the sound of the gun, bang, comes out, but the bullet is coming out ahead of the sound. But the bullet is supersonic, and a supersonic object moving through the air creates a sound, a sonic boom.
Now, you can pick up that sonic boom with a microphone, and by moving the microphone physically along the trajectory, you get the time where the bullet is going to be when the strobe goes off.
I think it's a brilliant way to solve the problem, and I get to say that because I did not invent it.
Edgerton was very inventive and had projects all over the place. He was teaching at MIT, but then he had companies for things like underwater cameras, and he was making movies, and he even won an Oscar. So if there's anything he wanted to do, he sort of just did it. And I hosting her for sponsoring this part of the video.
Pablo Escar donated. Wait, Pablo Escocar donated $2. Flying Lamborghini. Oh, this looks dumb. Yeah, it's a good way to ruin an Aventador. Some people don't deserve to have money. Thanks for the donation, Pablo Escocar.
Video. And now let's go look at pictures of that card we shot.
Okay, so here are the two techniques side by side, and here's Edgerton's original as well.
So why does a research-grade camera from 2020 struggle to get the same resolution as a camera from decades ago?
Well, that's because there are really two resolutions we're working with here. A spatial resolution, or how many pixels your image has, and a temporal resolution, which dictates whether you capture only one frame, like a strobe photo, or a progression of frames, like our high-speed video. The problem is that, more often than not, the hardware is limited so that you have to trade one resolution for the other, high pixel count or high frame rate.
The fundamental limit you hit is how fast you can get pixels off the sensor, and that's why there's a maximum speed to read every pixel. And then to go any faster, you have to not read out all the pixels. So this camera will give you 1,000,000 frames a second, but you're like 16 by 128 pixels, and that's not much of an image.
Okay, so there's always this trade-off. Either you go for very high pixel counts and bring the frame rate down. At the Edgerton Center, we push this as far as it goes with one frame and that's it. But you can also push it the other way. 1 pixel and very high FPS. 1 trillion FPS, in fact.
But wait, it's just 1 pixel?
What can you do with 1 pixel?
Great question. The cameras that I can show you today are cameras that, you're right, they can really only see 1 pixel at a time, but they can see close to 1 trillion frames per second. And what that lets you do is ultra slow motion videos showing light actually traveling.
Here's that video of light traveling through a soda bottle. You can see the actual wavefronts propagating underneath the bottle and even how the light bounces off the cap.
And even though this looks like a normal video, you can take it with a camera that only sees 1 pixel. Here's how you do it.
A single pixel camera.
I'm not sure if this claim is true or not, but I heard some Afrikaans guy claim that Iran actually paid South Africa to file the genocide claim against Israel. For example, this guy said there was a sudden transfer of money into SA government, I think.
That would not surprise me. I haven't seen any evidence for it, but South Africa's government is completely and utterly incompetent, outrageously corrupt, and completely immoral. So it is something they would, be up to doing. Thanks for the donation, though, G.
Is one that captures just one thing. How many photons land on the sensor. And the sensor here is typically sensitive enough to register when even a single photon hits it. And it can count those incoming photons around 1 trillion times a second. So each bin, and technically each frame, is roughly 1 picosecond long. In that time, even light itself only travels around 0.3 millimeters.
Sounds impressive, but we've actually had this tech in many phones for years now. It's just LiDAR. You shoot out a pulse of light, it bounces off, and you time how long it takes for that pulse to come back, and from that you get the distance to the object that it bounced off of. But this is all you need to take a speed of light video.
We have a setup here that is basically a scaled down room, and we just have some different shapes in it. So we have a cone, a sphere, we have a mirror in the back, and finally we have the Veritasium and the Camera Culture logos. We want to see light propagating through a scene. So the way we do that is we shoot out a really short laser pulse that hits just one point in the scene, and that laser pulse has a ton of photons in it. Those photons will hit an object, scatter everywhere, and we want to see what that scattering looks like at all these portions of the scene.
To start, our single pixel camera will point at the top left corner. So when a pack of photons from the laser pulse hit this random spot on the wall, reflect into the corner, and finally bounce into the camera, the sensor is going to pick up their signal at 1 trillion frames per second. But that signal will be pretty faint.
So the problem here is that we're exposing for such a short time that you actually just don't get that much photon return. What we do is we actually take a bunch of measurements and then group them all together, and that gives us actual usable information about how far away the light traveled in a scene.
Then you move the camera slightly and repeat the experiment. So you shoot out a laser pulse, let it scatter off the same spot, and record the signal at this new position. You do that over 1 million times, and then move the camera again until you record a whole grid of points.
You're literally going just 1 pixel at a time.
1 pixel at a time. That's the caveat. Yeah, cool. Exactly. We actually have 2 mirrors here that let us steer the beam, left and right and up and down. So by turning where the mirror is, we can turn where the sensor looks.
The most important thing for this technique to work is that the scene has to play out pretty much exactly the same every time you move the sensor, because if it didn't, then every pixel would tell a different story. It's like if I try to record this section 4 separate times and use a quarter of each to fill in the screen. I would get a garbled mess. Thankfully, the laser pulse in our scene scatters pretty predictably.
That's what lets us get unlimited resolution. So we can basically say, let's scan as many points in the scene as we need. That gives us good spatial resolution.
The more points you scan along this grid, the higher your final resolution. If you want 4K, you simply scan a 4K grid of pixels. It's just going to take more time.
The nice thing is, light is fast, so we can do this as fast as the mirrors can move.
Within just a couple of minutes, the sensor captures millions of laser pulses across.
Gee, donators, here is the claim. Let me see.
Revolution, and were very, very pro the ANC. And yet, today, the ANC supports Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis, and they're being paid by Iran to do so.
What's your basis for saying that, Rob? Just because people will ask?
Reports, it's detailed, it's known. But there's also instinct, intuition, and things that are pretty obvious if you take a look. Prior to the 2024 election, the ANC was bankrupt, couldn't pay its bills, and the courts were going to take some of their buildings in return to the people that they owed money to. And overnight they had money. Overnight they had money. Naledi Pandor, who had married a Muslim and converted to Islam, was the foreign minister, had many trips to Iran back and forward, and all of a sudden the
Okay, so it's a guarantee. It's a guarantee.
ANC had money. Followed by the ANC then putting forward the ICJ case against
Yeah, that is not just a coincidence.
Israel. There's a lot of proof that it's the case. The money came from Iran to the ANC, not directly to the case for the ICJ, but it didn't need to. It's a well-known fact that Iran has been funding the ANC.
Wow. And you think that the case they put forward against Israel is tied to that money?
Absolutely, without a doubt. In addition, DIRCO, the Department of International Relations, don't know what the CO means, and Cooperation, has been captured by ANC Islamists. Every senior member of our Foreign Affairs Department is an Islamist. Ibrahim Rasool was the ambassador that South Africa sent to Washington, and he publicly called Donald Trump a white supremacist and a racist, and the Americans kicked him out. This is our Department of Foreign Affairs. So there's a small, our Muslim population.
Yeah, that's a guarantee. That's pretty fucking convincing evidence. There's no chance that's just a coincidence. Thanks for the donation, though, G.
Across this whole grid.
So this is now everything compiled together for a time of flight.
Exactly.
Prediction.
This is everything put together. So what we're looking at now is going to be, again, for a fixed laser spot. So I'm going to click play.
Oh, camera cultural logo. Yeah.
All of this was less than 8 nanoseconds of time. And here's another scene we shot. Now you can also take this a step further by rotating the scene and recording multiple points of view.
We have this algorithm that kind of takes this Coke bottle video capture from different views and is able to create these fly-throughs, being able to see the light propagate from any direction and like flying through the scene as it's happening.
Oh, that's so cool.
So some things that are interesting to know is because we're moving towards the right and the light is propagating towards the right, but we're moving kind of faster in this visualization. This wavefront appears stationary, as you can see.
Oh yeah, that is kind of breaking physics. I mean, you are moving the camera faster than light.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's kind of mind-boggling almost. So this is a fish tank that we put a mirror into and this diffuse reflector. So you'll see a pulse of light will enter the fish tank, it will reflect off the mirror and then hit the diffuse reflector.
That's crazy.
This is diffraction
really
grating,
cool.
so it's it diffracts the light into different modes.
Those are the different modes? That's insane. My first impression was, oh, these are just simulations from, I don't know, Unreal Engine 5, but this is like real data.
It's like the bullet time video in Matrix. You've probably seen it.
No way, is your motivation The Matrix? By the way, these videos were created at the University of Toronto and MIT. But Brian from Alpha Phoenix actually built one of these speed of light cameras in his garage, which...
Oh, thanks for the big donation, CDG. Really appreciate that.
Is mad. You should go check that out.
So those are the two extremes. Strobe photography on one side and a trillion FPS on the other.
But if you combine both, you actually get to see what electrons are doing. Even though what that means exactly is debated.
You say electrons act like waves. No, they don't exactly. They act like particles. No, they don't exactly. We can write mathematical expressions and calculate what the thing is going to do without actually being able to picture it.
Do electrons...
Dude, I had a weird dream where I asked Isaac if he could program a computer system that rather than working in binary where everything's a 1 or a 0, everything's either gay or retarded, if that would work. And then I like proposed the idea of a quantum gay retard computer where everything's in a superposition of being gay and or retarded, and you could be a little gay and a lot retarded, or a lot gay and a little retarded. It was so weird.
Exists.
How truthful do you want me to be?
Now, we still don't have a video or photo of electrons, but this might be the next best thing. And to pull it off, we had to build big. Really big.
I think of silly things.
Okay, we're driving down what up until 2017 was the world's straightest object. So we've been driving for like what, five-ish minutes?
Yeah, and we are all, like, I want to say about halfway there.
I thought we were at the get. Oh no, there's a lot more there.
Let's do it.
Let's go see it. This is SLAC, a US national lab that houses a 3.2 kilometer long, perfectly straight electron accelerator.
Whoa, that is so long down there. And that it just continues like this all the way down.
The noise you hear is exactly 120 hertz. That's the frequency at which electron pulses are generated underneath this building, 120 pulses a second. And this is the sound of the equipment that accelerates them to over 99.9999992% the speed of light. And this lets you see electron clouds move around molecules, essentially.
Right, so why would you care? Because essentially electrons create the fields in which everything else happens. Molecular bonds break and form because the electrons essentially give them a push to do so, right? So the electrons are responsible for everything that you see in nature, and being able to look into their motion is the most fundamental way of studying materials and matter.
Now, to achieve this, you need a nanoscopic equivalent of a strobe. So you first feed these relativistic electron pulses through a set of devices called undulators. They're stacks of magnets spaced only a few millimeters apart with alternating poles. So the first pair has the north pole facing the electron pulse from above and the south from below. Then the second pair flips, and so on. Now, because the electrons are traveling through a magnetic field, a force called the Lorentz force will push them in a direction perpendicular to both their velocity and the magnetic field lines, in accordance with the left-hand rule. So at one magnet pair, the electrons will curve clockwise, and at the next pair, counterclockwise, and so on. This causes the electrons to wiggle. Now, since electrons carry a charge, This wiggling motion causes them to emit electromagnetic radiation. And even though they oscillate at these millimeter wavelengths because of the magnet spacing, the wavelength of the resulting EM radiation is much smaller.
This is the fun thing about the theory of relativity. If you travel at near the speed of light, the length scales contract, while that periodic structure is microscopic for us, right? We see each magnet. These are centimeter scales. For the electron, because it's traveling so fast, all of that space contracts.
Right.
And so it's actually oscillating really, really fast, and these oscillation periods are compressed. And it means that if you compare that to wavelengths, that is in the X-ray domain.
Now, that actually only gets your wavelength part of the way to the true X-ray regime. But if, as an observer, you stand at the far end of the accelerator, all those electrons will be coming at you at more than 99% the speed of light. So in your reference frame, any light those electrons emit will additionally be blue shifted, producing X-rays as small as 50 picometers in wavelength.
Initially, these X-rays are created randomly along the undulator, producing an incoherent light pattern. But soon after, the electric fields from the X-rays start to interact with the electrons, speeding some of them up and slowing others down. This causes faster electrons to catch up with slower ones, so they get bunched up into periodic structures, these parallel sheets that are spaced at distances exactly equal to the wavelength of the X-rays. This is called microbunching. Now, these sheets of electrons emit light as unified fronts, so the resulting X-rays come out coherently as a laser pulse. This dramatically increases their intensity. And the pulses come out incredibly tightly packed, being only a few femtoseconds long. And they can even get as short as a couple hundred attoseconds.
That's 10 to the power of negative 18, an absurdly quick pulse. To put it another way, the attosecond is to the second what the second is to the age of the universe.
On an attosecond scale, you can see electrons zip around essentially atoms and molecules.
That's insane, yeah.
After the undulator, the X-ray pulses are sent to experimental stations at the end of the tunnel.
So where's the main X-ray beam?
The main X-ray beam is coming through this tube over here.
Okay.
If you wanted to, it's a little harder to see, but coming in through this tube over here. So this is the main place where the X-rays come into the hutch. And so the X-rays focus into what we call an interaction point.
Now you fill this interaction point with the molecules whose electrons you want to study.
Now we shine that X-ray pulse on a molecule, and when it hits the molecule, it will ionize the molecule, and it ionizes predominantly from these inner shells, from the very core parts.
The thing is, core level electrons from different elements have different ionization energies. So if you want an X-ray to eject a core level electron from a nitrogen, it needs around 400 electron volts. Whereas for an oxygen, it needs around 550. So by tuning the X-ray energy to match these ionization energies, you get to choose which of these atoms within the molecule the X-ray is going to ionize. And any excess energy left after an X-ray has ejected an electron will be taken by that electron as kinetic energy.
Now, once you ionize this molecule, the kinetic energy will tell you something about what's going on around that electron. Well, electrons are not independent particles. They talk to each other, right? They have a negative charge.
So if you have a high electron density around a particular atom, the core level electrons will be bound less tightly to the nucleus because of the presence of all these other electrons around the atom.
I'm sorry everyone for being an asshole, especially to Richard.
Well, appreciate the big donation, CDG. Thanks. I can't remember what you did, so don't sweat it. Thanks for the donation though, CDG.
So its ionization energy will actually be slightly lower. Whereas if you have a lower electron density than average around an atom, those core level electrons will be bound more tightly with a higher ionization energy. Therefore, when you measure the kinetic energy of the electrons you eject, you can use the difference between the input X-ray energy and the output kinetic energy to infer what that electron density was.
Now, once we can take a picture of an electron density, we can change what the molecule is doing, make it do some process in time, and then we can look at how electron densities change. We have above us, we actually have an entire laser hall. So we generate laser light. We bring it down through tubes like here behind you or over here on the ceiling, traditional laser light. These are infrared lasers. We bring them onto this table, and you see all these boxes on this table. Yeah. These boxes are to condition the laser, to give it the properties that we want. We can change the color of the laser. We can change the polarization state. We can change the duration of the pulse. So we sculpt these pulses, then we have them go co-propagating with the X-rays into our target. And so now our first laser pulse will create...
Sir William Squire von Dutchmeyer and H. Tillers. Is Neil deGrasse Tyson a super genius or a super idiot? He's a fucking moron and he's a narcissist. Do you think he would have been a better main character on the show Degrassi than Drake? I have no idea. I've never watched that show. How Bill Gates dances after drinking blood. It's funny how they're such dorks. You know, he could have been a world star athlete.
Is it true that you can leap over a chair from a standing position?
It depends on the size of the chair. I'll cheat a little bit.
Yes!
Yeah, he could have been a world-class athlete, but he chose the nerd life. Thanks for the donation, Sir William Squire von Dutchmeyer.
Where is Greta Thunberg? Where is Ms. Rachel? Where are the pro-Palestinians? Don't they care? Free Iran.
Well, they're getting paid by Iran and China, so... Like again... it just shows you none of these people are real activists. They're getting paid by hostile foreign nations to spread just this bullshit propaganda. If they cared, if they're real activists and they cared about any of this shit, why aren't they talking about, you know, Iran? They're not, because they're getting paid by Iran, they're getting paid by China, they're being told what to say. Those are their bosses, that's who's paying them, they're going to do what they're told. So as soon as Iran collapses and eventually when like China's gone to shit, you won't hear from any of these people ever again because all the money they're getting is going to dry up.
People in their homeland, including here in Toronto.
Hey,
we
Richmond
have a
Hill.
massive crowd, and we have also brought along our beautiful truck with our new campaign, Canadians for a Free Iran.com. Please visit the website and sign the petition if that commences at 4 p.m.
I wonder if there's going to be any rallies like this in Ottawa. It'd be cool to see if there's any like hot fucking Persian chicks there. I've always wanted to sniff a Middle Eastern girl's butt.
In 4 days. And is that important to you guys?
Because as I
See the end. London, England. Look at what.
Oh, skibbity and whatnot. Thanks for the donation though, G.
Some non-equilibrium state in the molecule will drive some dynamics, and then our X-ray pulse will probe it.
This attosecond X-ray pulse ejects an electron from the molecule after a time delay t. And by measuring the kinetic energy of that electron, you can study how the electron density of the molecule reacted to the trigger laser. So you get an attosecond snapshot, like a strobe, of how the molecule changed. Then you can get another sample of the same molecule, shoot it with the laser again, but this time increase the probe delay slightly to t plus delta t. This will tell you how the electron density changes a little later. And you can keep increasing this delay each time to get a sequence of snapshots of how that electron density evolves over time.
Isn't there a big assumption here that every time you do it, you're expecting a repeatable result from the molecules?
Absolutely. You need for your your initiator to drive the same dynamics over and over again.
Yes.
If you have a new process happening every time, this technique will fail.
But if the scene is repeatable, then like the trillion FPS camera, you can use this technique to create a molecular movie.
And here, the smallest amount by which you can tweak the time delay for the X-ray strobe is around 300 attoseconds. So you can get frames that are only a few hundred attoseconds apart. And if you stitch those together, you get a movie that technically runs at over a quadrillion frames per second.
So this is a movie of the dynamics that we might like to image. So this is a small molecular system. This is called para-aminophenol. This calculation was done by some of our collaborators in Madrid. They had calculated what is the response of this molecule to the removal of an electron. So they simulate an X-ray pulse coming in and removing an electron. So the red color here represents an increase in the density of the electron, and the blue represents a decrease. Okay. And so we see that when we've shined this X-ray pulse onto this molecule and we've removed an electron, we initiate some charge distribution that starts to move across the molecule. And so we want to image this charge motion.
The video is a simulation, but it's been validated by the experiments done at Slack.
You playing any games lately? Haven't been keeping up with the stream super closely, been busy the past few weeks. Also, any idea why when I take a B complex I get tingling in my hands the next day? I looked it up and it might be too much vitamin B6.
I've never heard of that. Have you checked to see if you have AIDS? That could be it. But I've never heard of that problem before. It's a little weird. Oh man, I am sore from yesterday. Oh. We've been playing Beyond Two Souls. That is one of the dumbest games I've ever fucking played. That is one of the, like, it is crazy stupid. It is genuinely more baffling than Shenmue. Like, Shenmue, the story made sense. It's pretty straightforward. Like, a lot of the situations are ridiculous, and, you know, the voice acting is silly and all that, and the gameplay is just baffling. But, like, it's fairly straightforward. You're trying to get revenge on your father, and, you know, that's that. Beyond Two Souls is like, what the fuck is this? There's, like, so many different time skips that are just fucking weird. There's plot lines that are completely irrelevant and make no fucking sense. At one point, your character's homeless, and she's about to suck some dude's dick on the street, and then decides not to for some reason, and then, like... And then there's another time skip, and then you're, like, fleeing from the cops, and then there's another time skip, and you're, like, some dumb dork kid with superpowers. It's fucking weird. It's one of those games that it's so bad it's good. I don't know why it's not talked about as one of, like, the dumbest, so bad it's good, stupid games of all time. Everyone's giving it good reviews. It's fucking retarded. It's like Shenmue level stupid. But we've been enjoying that. Haven't played games the last few streams just because I ended up, like, just doing the streams too late, but we'll get back to it. Thanks for the donation, though, CDG. G Donatillers, there was one in Ottawa, and there probably will be future ones. Would see if there are any coming up. Would you go? Yeah, I'd probably go. Why not? See any hot bitches in the crowd?
Pure frustration and a desperate wait for answers. For Iranian Canadians, the last several days have been marked by silence.
A very sad thing is that we all go through the very limited videos that come through from Iran, and they're all videos of people who are dead.
Security forces moved in.
Now, and we can...
Nationwide movement, hundreds across action. Social, killers, officials.
We're not talking about
She's kind of cute.
another country invading Iran. We're talking about same regime killing their own people. So they no longer...
Members of the Iranian community say an all
by the U.S. government.
Yeah, there might be some cute girls there. Thanks for the donation, G.
our method for probing these seems to work. We can compare to a handful of points and say, oh, these look broadly similar. Much after this few femtosecond, as we approach 5 to 10 femtoseconds, we start to diverge. Our prediction starts to diverge from our measurement. And actually, this is the most exciting time in science, right? When you have a prediction and then you have a measurement and they don't agree, that's when you get really excited because you just found something you didn't know ahead of time. You couldn't have predicted that.
I think the most powerful thing for me here is we animated a lot of electrons, right? And pretty much every Veritasium video has electrons moving in some way. So the fact that we're actually seeing these electron densities move around.
I know there's some Afghan porn star that is still Muslim, or claims to be Muslim, despite doing porn and doing sex work. She had a really nice butthole. I don't know if I know any Iranian porn stars, but yeah, they probably have nice buttholes. I need to see that cat in the tube again. Wonder if I can just see that specific video. Might have to search up cats or liquid again. Yeah, there it is. This is just incredible. That is one of the best things I've ever fucking seen. Dude, I could watch this on repeat for hours. Oh my god. It's so weird. Forgot my namification. Donate $2. Damn, you really slapped Destiny's titties around. If I understand you correctly, your reason to doubt Greenland being invaded is 1, Trump's a lying tard. 2, there isn't any real evidence of invasion, unlike Venezuela. Well, no, the principal reason is there's absolutely zero benefit and just ridiculously insane, massive, outrageous downsides. So, like, even for an idiot like Trump, it would be so disastrous to invade Greenland. The military just wouldn't do it. They'd just tell him, we're not doing it, because they know it would destroy the fucking country. So if Trump invades Greenland, that could destroy the entire NATO alliance, and if every NATO country just becomes hostile to the United States, they can shut down every fucking U.S. military base. The U.S. will completely lose like military capacity across the entire fucking planet, and they would get hundreds of billions of dollars in military assets just taken from them. So all the tanks, all the planes, all the jets, all the jeeps, all the armored vehicles, all the munitions that the U.S. has stored in on all these foreign military bases within NATO, they'd just be taken. So, like, there's just no chance. Even if Trump was such a fucking unbelievable retard, which even that is just a crazy stretch for him, there's no fucking chance, like, any military generals, anybody who's involved with planning and instructing troops, they just flat out refuse to do it. It's just never going to happen. And yeah, on top of that, there's absolutely no indication that he's doing anything to prepare for a Greenland invasion. He's just talking shit because he's upset that a bunch of European leaders don't like him. That's all there is to it. He's just full of shit. Thanks for the donation, though, dude. Let's watch this cat. Oh my god. Cats are so amazing. There's no way I could do this. This is fucking incredible. It's like modern art. Look how fat that cat is, and he fits through that tube. Oh my god, he's like a big long snake. It's just how. Oh my god, I love that. That is incredible.
Did you see that vid that explained how the US military captured the Venezuelan dictator guy? As Mongold reacted to it. Apparently we have laser guns that melt people's insides from far away and incapacitates them. You should watch, pretty interesting.
I'm not going to watch a video by Asmongold, but I would be interested in some new US military tech. Somebody told me they have some new sonic weapon they're using. Maybe. I'm not entirely convinced, but they might. Some of the things I heard, they said they deployed it from a helicopter. So, I don't know. It might just be like a really high intensity infrared beam or something. I don't know. Have to look into it. Thanks for the donation though, CDG.
Michael, come to the door. No, you don't have a warrant. You need to leave. I don't need a warrant to talk to you. The consensual contact is declined. This is not a consensual contact. This is an investigative detention. Come to the door.
Imagine if cops...
They don't have a warrant. Oh my god, cops are retarded.
...showed up at your front door and they banged on the door, demanded that you come outside and answer their questions. Why? Because the contractor working on the house next door told them that you yelled at him and you hurt his feelings.
Jesus. So they're showing up because he yelled at a guy.
Knowing your rights, that the police can't just stand on your front porch, detain you, force you to answer their questions, shout things at you without your permission, you tell them to leave. You even call the cops on the cops.
I received your message, Michael. I'm not going anywhere and I'm not trespassing, so come to the
He is in fact trespassing.
door. You actually are trespassing. You guys are both dismissed. Okay, absolutely.
I mean, they don't have a warrant and they don't have your permission, right? But even though the courts have said that this violates your constitutional rights, what if the cops just don't care?
Can you turn the doorbell off?
Ready?
Yeah.
Police are so outrageously fucking stupid.
You got me heated, bro.
Or that it was ongoing at all. It was just allegations that a neighbor had yelled, like past tense. So the cops arrive and they talk to the neighbor first.
Your property.
They're gonna take this guy seriously?
Not my property. He came onto this property. Yep, right there on this side of the wall. This one.
Here's the original video without Asmongold commentary. Can we watch Plaza?
Did the U.S. military deploy a secret sonic weapon during the raid in Venezuela? According to witnesses on the ground, the operation began with an unexplained radar blackout, followed massive drone swarm and the sounds of helicopters. Despite being outnumbered 5-1, the small U.S. Special Forces team faced less resistance. Why? Reports indicate soldiers suffered from vertigo, vomiting, and internal bleeding. Military analysts believe this was a soft kill operation, likely utilizing a high-power microwave device. More detail all in the video ahead. Based on witness testimony, here's how the event likely occurred. Venezuelan soldiers were on standard guard duty when their radar systems suddenly shut down without warning.
This makes me wonder, I might want to invest in some sort of radiation protection. Because if the police are going to end up having this kind of technology, I don't know if you can get some sort of like microwave shielding that you could wrap around your house or something.
Immediately after the blackout, a massive drone swarm appeared over the facility, followed by 8 helicopters equipped with unidentified technology. A 20-man team of Delta and Special Forces operatives deployed from the helicopters. The encounter took a mysterious turn when the defending force of 100 soldiers reportedly froze, leaving them unable to compete with a smaller elite team. Witnesses noted that the Delta Force operatives fired with impossible precision, estimating a rate of fire near 300 rounds per minute per soldier.
here's the thing. This is coming from people who are, like, probably have to make up excuses to somebody for why this happened. So, I don't know. It's a little... it's hard to trust these kind of accusations. Like, chances are they saw American helicopters and saw American special forces and were like, yep, we're out of here. And they just tucked tail and ran. And then whoever they answer to, oh, yes, there was some device that they were shooting at us, and we had to run, and we felt sick, and they were shooting so quickly. Like, yeah.
It is theorized that Black Hawk helicopters were used to deploy this capability, utilizing disc-shaped radar attachments to launch a directed beam at the opposing troops. They reported internal trauma. They suffered immediate vestibular incapacitation, meaning a total loss of balance and paralysis. Some even reported bleeding from the nose and vomiting blood, symptoms consistent with internal hemorrhaging. While the Pentagon hasn't officially disclosed this...
Here's the thing, if this was some sort of microwave emitter, you're talking about outrageously high levels of energy output. So, like, you'd have to be able to raise the temperature of water. So shooting that from a helicopter at a distance and having it hit and with enough energy to incapacitate somebody, it's a little hard to believe.
The specific hardware. Military experts often call this a soft kill system. So how does it actually work? To understand the weapon, you first have to look at what it did.
Forgot my notification to tell us you should reach out to Frank to send you radiation shielding and then charge back your order. That'd be hilarious. That would be funny. He would have my credit card information, I think, though. Unless it's through Shopify, then maybe he wouldn't have access to it. He would have my address, though, and he'd leak my address, for sure. Thanks for the donation. Forgot my notification.
The most likely candidate for a weapon that creates that kind of internal pressure without external sound is a high-power microwave device. It relies on something called the Frey effect. The weapon, probably carried by a Chinook or a Black Hawk helicopter, fires a focused beam of pulsed microwave energy, not sound waves, that passes right through the skull. These beams are absorbed by the water in the brain tissue and the fluid in the inner ear. This energy causes a minuscule rapid heating of the tissue, less than 1 degree Celsius. But that tiny sudden expansion generates a pressure wave inside the skull. The consequence? The target hears a sound, clicks, buzzing, or a roar that originates inside their own head, bypassing the eardrums entirely. If the frequency is tuned to the resonance of the inner ear, it violently disrupts the body's balance, causing immediate vertigo. At higher power levels, that rapid tissue expansion can rupture capillaries.
Okay. It's a little more believable. I'm sure we'll find out about this in a few years if it is in fact real. But that sounds really weird.
I heard someone claim that the Venezuelan government had already agreed to a deal before Trump invaded and already agreed to give Maduro up. They said it was because their military gave no response and the invasion was just a complete show. Retarded?
Well, that's a little hard to believe. This was a, like, somewhat complex operation. Like, they were jamming radar systems. There was, like, a drone attack. They set off explosions nearby as a distraction. So, I don't know. Like, that doesn't make any sense. Thanks for the donation, though, G. And again, like, Venezuela's run by a drug cartel. I don't see why they'd have an interest in just giving up Maduro. Birdman's life lessons to Nutellers. Mom is happy to let Birdman teach her son important life lessons.
Listen first, bro. You ain't gonna accomplish nothing without listening. You ever been up on Rockers Island like my son, and they ain't no not what you try to accomplish. You got to listen to mine. Y'all feel like smoking a blunt with Birdman right now. You feel me? We're kicking in with Birdman right now. We're kicking out with Birdman right now.
Okay, so they're inbred.
And you know, DJ School. I always said it fast, like, you understand me? From the strength to this shit. Ain't no nigga in this bitch get out hustle up.
How does a retard like this have money? Dude. What the fuck? Thanks for the donation, dude.
Leading to the reported nosebleeds and internal trauma.
Have you been to Winterlude in Ottawa before? Ice sculptures, slides, etc. No, never even heard of it.
There's another possibility, a weaponized infrasonic pulse emitter. Instead of a continuous beam, this device would fire high-intensity slugs of low-frequency air pressure below 20 Hz. These waves travel through the body to match the resonant frequency of internal organs like the stomach or lungs.
What? Match the resonant frequency of internal organs?
High-intensity infrasound can actually cause...
Okay, that sounds silly.
...cause cavitation.
So nobody even knows what the fuck this is, and this is all based on, you know, supposed eyewitness reports.
The formation of bubbles in bodily fluids. When those bubbles collapse, they create tiny shockwaves that damage tissue. The target feels an intense vibration in their gut. Reports suggest U.S. forces use this technology as the ultimate force multiplier. The result was that the hundreds of Venezuelan guards mentioned in the reports weren't fought in a traditional gun battle. They were incapacitated, sick, dizzy, and bleeding, long before U.S. troops made contact. This allowed a small team of approximately 20 operators to walk virtually unopposed through a much larger force.
Yeah, or they just didn't want the smoke, so they just fled and gave up.
But that's not it. The U.S. military has another secret weapon. Analysts called it the Iron Dome of the Caribbean. They said the airspace over Venezuela was impenetrable, locked down by the Russian-made S-300 anti-system, a beast capable of swatting aircraft out of the sky from 150 miles away. But in the dark night, the myth of invincibility didn't just crack, it evaporated. The opening salvo didn't come from pilots, but from physics. The U.S. Gerald R. Ford, stationed off the coast, unleashed a barrage of electronic warfare so dense it didn't just jam the Venezuelan radar screens, it burned them white. The S-300 operators at Captain Manuel Rios Air Base were blind before they ever saw the missiles coming. The first...
I'm a little skeptical about the, like, wonder weapon they're talking about. You know, it's possible, new technology always comes out, but I don't know.
Imagine in the future they have a testosterone pump, like they have for insulin to make it more natural/stable for your body. Would you do that? Also, which test do you use, and what's your intention site routine?
That would make no sense, and it's completely fucking stupid because we have esters attached to the hormone, which makes it just slowly release, so why would you do that? And I use test and enthate. And what do you mean sight routine? I just switch between sights on my shoulders and my left and right glute. Thanks for the donation though, Alan.
Sure. And you were saying, when you were saying he's like, what, we got a problem, you were doing a motion like this, like was he flaring up to you?
Yeah, hell yeah, bro. Him, man, if that wall wasn't there, they would have charged me, bro. Him and the younger dude, whoever the hell he was.
So at first, the contractor alleges that Michael actually trespassed onto the lot that he's working on. And then answering the cop's question, he said, yeah, the neighbor was being really aggressive. If that wall wasn't between us, then something might have happened.
Yeah, so he's just making shit up, and then they believed him for some reason. Bicep flex. There you go.
basically admitting that Michael was at all times on his side of this wall. Not that these cops seem to care, as they already refer to Michael as the primary aggressor and are asking all sorts of leading questions to this guy, almost as if designed to incriminate Michael and not caring about the other side of the story.
They're saying that what they can't look over here, or they can't say anything across the wall. I mean, you guys can do whatever you want. I'm not saying that you guys can't do anything.
Someone's calling you.
And that Michael did something wrong. And
so in no way did this guy say he broke the law. He just said he got his feelings hurt.
I have a 21 for him. So I've gotten the rude emails and all that craziness.
Passing, so come to the door.
This is insane.
Doing is one of them is just obnoxiously pounding on the door and trying to get Michael to come out of the house, and the other one is sort of just collecting evidence. He's listening inside the house to hear what he can hear, and he's trying to look through the windows. He's essentially gathering evidence. So finally, Michael opens his interior door and tells them to leave, that they're trespassing, to go away. And the one cop who's collecting evidence basically mentions that, oh man, he smells marijuana when the door opens.
Here we go. So this is how cops lie. Don't ever open the door.
As soon as you open the door.
Just don't open the door.
So these two cops are at the front door. They don't have a warrant. They're refusing to leave. They finally made contact with Michael. Michael tells them to leave. They still refuse to leave. But Michael isn't giving in. He's still not coming out.
He's on the phone with someone telling them we're trespassing. Yeah.
I don't need a warrant to talk to you. The consensual contact is declined. This is not a consensual contact. This is an investigative detention. Come to the door.
Is this a consensual contact? The officer here
No,
actually
it's not.
denies it, but for his sake, he better hope that he's wrong, because only a consensual contact here would be legal. As the Supreme Court held in the 1980 case of Payton versus New York, absent valid consent or exigent circumstances, i.e. an emergency actively occurring, law enforcement may not cross the threshold of a residence without a warrant. Not to search, not to arrest. So even if a police officer has probable cause to make an arrest of somebody for some crime, Payton versus New York says, sorry, you have to come back with a warrant. It doesn't matter what the contractor next door told you. The contractor could have recorded a crime on video, showed it to the cop, and this cop still could not legally arrest Michael without a warrant, much less detain him because he's in his home.
Welcome to the internet, where you can listen to anyone's stupid-ass opinion with no thought behind anything they are saying whatsoever. You can spread any propaganda you want and get paid to do it. Isn't it a great place? JK.
Yeah, that's about right. Nice and retarded. Thanks for the donation, G.
At least not without a warrant. Does this apply equally to the front porch of a home? Yes. As the Supreme Court held in the 2018 case of Collins versus Virginia, police cannot enter the curtilage of a home, which is the area close to the home that's treated as a part of the home, such as an enclosed yard, garage, driveway, or, as here, porch, to search a vehicle parked within the curtilage of that home without a warrant, even where they have probable cause. Pretty much all the federal courts, including the Ninth Circuit, which applies here, have held that this is common sense and easily understood that an area an arm's length from one's home or until you come out of your house. Though they seem to be always ignorant of this across the country, as I recently featured in the 911 butt dial case from Owensboro, Kentucky.
We can smell marijuana. That still gives us the right to come in and search for that, okay?
Not without a warrant.
No, it does. I don't have to have a warrant when I can smell it.
Although
People are fucking idiots.
officers did not enter the home, the Owensboro Police Department acknowledged the officers were incorrect in stating they could enter the residence without a warrant to conduct a search.
Or after I did a video on this, the city came out publicly and apologized for violating the homeowner's constitutional rights in the same way that's occurring here. So what can they do? All they can basically do is what's called a knock and talk. The so-called knock and talk exception to the warrant requirement isn't really an exception at all, but it does allow police to enter into the curtilage of a home to ask questions of its occupant, precisely because that's no more than any private citizen might do. So while police, like the nation's Girl Scouts and trick-or-treaters, can approach a home to speak with its occupant, nothing in the implied license to have that consensual interaction suggests that a visitor can restrict the movements of a homeowner next to his own home, any more than a Girl Scout could force the resident to buy her cookies or to hand out candy at Halloween. The fact is, there is no right to detain, arrest, or otherwise seize the homeowner implied by the license to perform a knock and talk. To the contrary, that implied license may be revoked at any time by the homeowner. Here, there can be no disputing the fact that Michael revoked any implied consent for these cops to engage in a knock and talk.
I received your message.
Remember when you put on a Batman mask and ate berries out of your ex-wife's foot? And then fucking recorded?
Michael, I'm not going anywhere and I'm not trespassing.
Another one, Donatello's The Fat Life of DJ Khaled. I don't like him. Thanks for the donation, another one.
So come to the door.
You actually are trespassing. You guys are both dismissed.
Okay, absolutely.
He asked them to leave, and he even called the cops on them. Also remember his no soliciting sign. There might even be a case to make that Michael didn't even have to revoke their implied license because it never existed due to the no soliciting sign. Though the case for that would be stronger if the front curtilage of his home were fenced and gated, with the no soliciting sign being up at the closed front gate. Not that these cops would have cared anyways, though.
Can you turn the doorbell off?
See?
Yeah.
Jeez, these cops are obnoxious fucktards.
Talk to us. We need to.
Yeah, he's not coming. I have just not charged on it. I want to attend it.
And we have multiple counts now.
Get off my rock! You get off my rock! Get off my rock now, dude! You get off my rock! You're gone! Trespass! Bye! Bye!
All right, Michael, just for information, I'm going to be forwarding disorderly conduct charges against you.
Like, what?
Remember when every time you would have a debate or get even a little bit loud that fat hoe lurking?
Yeah. They're gonna file disorderly conduct charges. Like, wow.
You heard me. I will be forwarding disorderly conduct charges against you to the city.
Dude, look at this beta male fucking faggot, weak-ass twink bitch cop. I'm gonna be filing disorderly conduct charges against you. Like, dude, anybody could fucking beat this dude's ass.
China banned certain people from not being able to talk on TikTok. I think only people with degrees could. China is probably biased to spread pro-CCP propaganda. Couldn't the underlying idea be implemented to stop random dumbasses from spreading nonsense?
Well, it would be, one, none of the people who run these social media sites would be interested in doing that because they'd lose money and those are private companies. They wouldn't be able to impose those sorts of restrictions. And two, it would probably be some sort of violation of free speech. Thanks for the donation, though, G.
Okay, so be expecting a court date in your mailbox. Or you can come out and talk to me and we can figure out what was going on.
Have a nice day.
Okay. Let's go.
All right, so let's recap. The neighbor's contractor calls the cops, accuses Michael of yelling at him. The cops arrive. They already don't like Michael because he sent them some mean emails before, and so they walk onto his property in order to question him. They walk onto his property just like Girl Scouts or trick-or-treaters would enter, up the front walk, knocking on the front door. They have no warrant, there is no actively occurring emergency requiring them to rush in without one, nor do they have Michael's consent to enter, obviously.
You actually are trespassing. You guys are both dismissed. Thank you.
Okay, absolutely.
The only so-called right the officers have is the same implied license to engage in a consensual encounter, just like Girl Scouts. But then the cops don't act like Girl Scouts. They obnoxiously pound on the door for extended periods of time for them to leave, at least not for quite to you. For
fucking can't stand the police. Gee, don't you tell us cops clearly don't study the law very well? No, they don't.
Alright, let's talk about that.
That's great, thanks, dipshit.
reasons that I have already explained in detail, they have no defense to this. They violated this man's rights, and the question is, what will they do now? Will they do like they did in...
Cam Dirty Tillers, do you remember that cop who almost died in the bathroom after taking drugs he found on a suspect? He stabbed his son to death and got killed by cops. Well, something does not surprise me about that.
We're good. Your dog! Get your dog! Get video for us! Marvin, walk to us! Don't reach! Don't reach! Put it down!
And he got lit the fuck up. What a fucktard. Well, good riddance. Thanks for the donation, Cam. It's funny how those are the types of people they hire. Really tells you about their recruiting process.
Cleveland, everything is upside down. The cops rob the citizens, the mayor steals from the voters, and the buildings are too dangerous to live in. We went to learn the story of how politicians turned a prosperous suburb into America's fourth poorest city.
G Donatillers, that last donation wasn't me, yeah. That's pretty obvious. Thanks for the donation, G.
And ended up learning that a myth is holding East Cleveland back. We originally planned to go to Cleveland, but a reader of ours DM'd.
Another one, Donatillers. Imagine moving to Miami and the first thing you see is this bastard making tidal waves for your yacht. I don't like DJ Khaled. He kinda just sucks, and he's not funny in any way. Just kind of a dork. Thanks for the donation, though. Another one.
Us that the real story was in East Cleveland, an independent city right on the edge of Cleveland. So we went there instead to find out why this city was so notorious and who was to blame. The blight began as soon as we entered the city limits. Abandoned buildings, potholed roads, empty storefronts. One of the only open businesses was a convenience store with locals gathered outside.
I've been here 23 years. I got here 2001. When I first got here, it was kind of like off the chain. Bad. I ain't gonna say bad because I ain't never experienced bad. So I don't know what bad is. But I know one
JP Donateller's cuck beta bitch. Let me see. Yeah, that's great.
thing, it was different. I would just say it's different.
Late 80s, early 90s, we had almost 1 million people in Cuyahoga County. We under 400,000. A lot of people buried, a lot of people went to jail, a lot of people got the hell out of here before they got buried.
I feel like nowadays, safety-wise, jobs-wise, opportunities.
You can get jobs here, you just got to apply yourself. It's still livable, you could live, but you still got to know the streets too. Because, you know, this being Cleveland.
Cleveland. Be worried about hitting my head against that. Fucking hell yeah. Jeez. Yeah, holy fuck, he's strong. That is really, really strong.
Everything. Number one, I wanted.
Yeah, Ronnie Coleman's training is fucking dope. I don't like watching most bodybuilders train because they use like machines and shit and it just looks boring and they don't train that hard, it looks like. But I really like watching Ronnie Coleman train.
So I did that. So that was number one on my list. Number two on my list, I wanted to be harder than I was last year and bigger than I was last year. I did that also. I did that 10, 15 more pounds of muscle than I had last year at the show, at the Mr. Olympia last year.
Yeah, Tom Platt's training is
And I did
funny.
achieve that.
The baby reps.
About harder in this guy who lives in this area has been competing for a while than I am. My weakness is I go out and I recruit people to help me with them. So that's how I was able to kind of come in
Kevin Leverone's
and
training
do a little bit better posing
was hard as fuck
than I did
too.
last year. After last year's Olympia, what I did was I was kind of burned out in a way. I had trained so hard and I was so stressed out from all the training, all the dieting, you know, because I also did the tour right after the Olympia. My body was just kind of like beat up and tired and exhausted. So what I did last year after the tour, which ended around, I think, the end of October, I took off for like, I mean, I was exhausted. I took off November, December, and January, and didn't go near weight. Then taking off for 3 months, I'd lose anything. It's just like anything you build. I mean, you can build a car. Just because you don't drive it for 3 months doesn't mean it's going to just deteriorate and not function when you get ready to use it again. And that's pretty much weeks after I'd
the
taken
ultimate
off
mogger.
for about 3 months. I pretty much picked off where I left off last year. And, you know, I think that allowed my muscles to
Jesus
like
fucking Christ,
recuperate, regenerate, and basically just relax and to take it easy. And I think it allowed me to also.
That is fucking nuts that humans can get that big now.
And not allow and do this basically because, you know, I got real good genetics. I got 25 years of hard take off November, December, January, and
fucking ridiculous.
What's going on, everybody? Vince Goodrum here. It is Monday evening. Reason for the video is, you know, I heard that Kali Muscle was in the hospital. Now, you probably noticed most people didn't put up any videos, and neither did I, because I honestly thought it was fake. And a lot of people thought it was fake too, that, Kali Muscle was just trying to get more views, sort of like the boy that cried wolf. But apparently he's in the hospital. He did indeed pass out in a gym. I would suspect it's probably the same heart issues that he had previously. Don't forget he did have a heart attack a few years ago. And folks, when you have a heart attack, those things tend to happen again. Now, I don't wish death upon Kali Muscle whatsoever, but part of, in my opinion, is part of the reason why
it's a good gum.
He did collapse is just basically the general lifestyle, the things that he's done in order to get views. Watermelon diet, chicken diet, all these other types of diets. When you stick to eating one food for weeks or months on end, it's not healthy. Along with the fasting, dehydration. Now, fasting is pretty good to do. I do some fasting, but only for 72 hours at the most. But when you try to fast for about a week or so,
you're so beautiful.
Yeah, that's not gonna be intuitively healthy. But ultimately, that would not.
Mike Donatello's the media talks a lot about how young men are being radicalized by far-right propaganda, but I think it's more true that young women are being radicalized by far-left propaganda, yeah. And it doesn't get highlighted. Data shows women have skewed left far more. Well, yeah, and I mean, a lot of the media bias is like retarded. So when they say men are skewing like far right, what they're really saying is they don't agree with this like stupid far left progressivism bullshit. They're not even far right. They're just normal fucking people. So it's mostly women that are getting radicalized, and it's because women consume more social media and they watch more TikTok. Thanks for the donation though, Mike.
Hurt anyone normal, but you got to remember that Kali Muscle has had, cardiovascular issues as well as, other issues associated with his years of high steroid use. And what I mean by high steroid use, I mean we're talking about the Springfield nuclear power plant type there. As far as to how much juice he had, I mean, if it was any more juice, you can, open up a Minute Maid fact. It says he, Kali Muscle, he made a lot of money.
Apparently he's broke, according to him.
He made so much money off of what he did. He's gotten a bunch of views. He's a social media star. He's on Wikipedia and stuff like that. But remember, folks, there's nothing more precious than your own lifespan. Because you only have one. Life is not a rehearsal.
Yeah, I'm gonna go to bed soon too, CDG, but sweet dreams, dude. Okay. Oh, my kitty. Do you guys see this? I got a big cat loaf here. Oh my god, he's such a cat. This is just incredible. He's such a cat. Fucking love this cat. He's just beautiful. Just so nice. So good. What a sweet little baby. All right, it is also late for me too. We will pee pee poo poo bum bum more tomorrow. And hope you all had fun. Big thanks to everybody who donated on Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. And sweet dreams.